Well, hello, everybody. I am Chris Date, and I'm joined presently by William Tanksley and Nick Quint. And we will, over the course of the next few hours, be joined by other members of the Rethinking Hell team as well, including one who was supposed to be here seconds ago, was in the room, but his technology doesn't seem to be working quite right, so he's fixing his tech. But before we talk about the stuff we plan to talk about over the next few hours, how are you guys doing? Let's shoot the proverbial crap for a few minutes.
All right, so late night last night, but I got a good breakfast, so I think I'm ready to go, ready and raring.
What had you up so late? If you or can you not talk about it?
Yeah, I know. Work party. Went to a work Christmas party with my son, so we had a good time.
Very cool. That's awesome. How about you, Nick? How are you doing? What's up with you lately?
Well, first of all, am I coming through okay on this? Okay, wonderful. Good. I just got feedback for the first 2 chapters of the dissertation, and so I submitted those back to back just because I was like, I'm kind of sick of this. I need to get caught up, so submitted those. My supervisor said, very, very good work. I'm very happy where we are. I'm like, now here's a million things you need to fix. I was like, cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the chapter 1 is fun because it deals with scope of salvation and destruction language and kind of Judaism, very broadly conceived. And then the next chapter is universalism in Romans 5 and 1 Corinthians 15, and I need to incorporate 2 Corinthians 5 into that chapter, so it'll be a massive
universalism chapter. In scare
right.
quotes.
Right. So my supervisor used the phrase, "This is good exegetical combat." So I'm like, cool. At least if I'm wrong, at least I'm going down swinging. That's how every person wants to go.
Is Mark Bird your? Is Bird your? Mike Bird? Why am I forgetting? Yeah, that's Michael awesome.
Bird, yeah.
Wow. I'm jealous, not as much the Michael Bird part, but that you're getting to work on a doctoral dissertation. Hopefully, one of these days I'll be able to get there. Yeah,
very, very slowly.
Yeah.
So very cool. Just pastoring and being a dad and a husband and all that stuff.
It was a real blessing, Nick, for me to get to come see you and hang out a little bit a few months ago or whenever that was when you got installed. Yeah,
it was lovely and very masculine to see all of you guys and hug each other and worship and stuff. It was great. Thank you for coming.
Yes.
Yeah, amen. Well, so for people that are tuning in, I wish Joey were on the call right now because he's the one who put this together, and I was going to ask him to tell us how it went down. But I'll fill the roles of Joey here and tell everybody what's going on. So since 2014, we have had annual conferences almost every year, many of them in person. So in 2014, we started in Houston, and then we went in 2015 to Pasadena. 2016, we flew over to the UK and in England specifically, and then in 2017, Auckland, New Zealand. 2018, I think, was Dallas, Fort Worth. 2019, see, now my years are I don't remember, but we continued to go on to Enid, Oklahoma, Evansville, Indiana, Seattle. So all of those were in-person conferences, and then we had a 1 or 2 virtual, live streaming type conferences. But this year we just didn't have the, all of us are volunteers. None of us is being paid to do this ministry, and none of us just had the time or the ability to, let alone money. Right? We need money to pay for speakers and things. We just didn't have there's Joey. Hey, Joey, how are you doing? Or should I say Joey's laptop keyboard?
Joey's turned into a computer. We all knew this day would come.
Yes.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to remove him from the stage for a moment because I'm not sure what he's doing there with his camera. So anyway, we didn't have the ability to put together one of our annual conferences this year. And so even virtually, we just didn't have the time, the money, those kinds of things. So Joey had a great idea of, let's just get together for a few hours at the end of the year to discuss, some interesting things that have gone on this year in ministry. Why is my camera going blurry? There we go. Address questions from people that have submitted them beforehand and live, and just sort of hang out and have a good time. So that's what we're doing here. We're calling it the end of year 2024 Roundtable. Mel comments saying Dallas in 2018 was amazing. I think so too. That was a great conference.
It was much heavier during that. I saw that photo that got posted. I'm like, oh, I was so much bigger then.
Yeah, well, our weight fluctuates. So, I know that Joey received a couple of questions beforehand, and as soon as he's able to get plugged in, maybe he's in the private chat. Yeah, he says he'll be back on shortly. So he's got some questions that we can discuss, but to get us started, why don't we maybe talk about some of the things that have happened in ministry over the past year? And by ministry, I don't necessarily mean Rethinking Hell specific, but like things that have happened within that are related to, that have had an impact on the conditionalist movement, stuff like that. What are some interesting experiences you guys have had, or things that you've seen?
Well, I am.
Go ahead.
I'll say on the positive side, I'm always excited to see a literate pushback against our view. And this year is when I saw Thomas Farrar's essay, his paper reviewing A Consuming Fire, Fudge's work. And it was really neat to see somebody contributing something new to that discussion, because by and large, if you read the third edition of Consuming Fire, you'll see the arguments that were put out against the earlier editions, and pretty much nobody has followed up on that with anything new. People will bring up the same stuff, usually against Fudge. And of course, nobody's really come up with anything new since St. Augustine. But with that said, Farrar is engaged and interesting, so I'm really looking forward to discussing him. And it's my understanding, God willing, that we're going to have a chance to.
Yeah, William, I apologize. I haven't yet gone through those notes that you've put together, but I do intend to before too much longer. I think we can get together on an episode of Rethinking Hell Live and go through it. And I'll also say that Thomas Farrar almost became a contributor to the Two Views book that I'm currently working on with Paul Copan, when our historical theology contributors on the eternal torment side hit an insurmountable obstacle. We had to scramble to find somebody to replace them, and Thomas Farrar was one person I reached out to see if he'd be interested, and he was, but he cautioned that his expertise was very narrow, and it might not service the larger claims, larger scope of the book. So we ended up finding somebody else that I think is going to be a better fit, but I do hold Farrar in high esteem and look forward to interacting with him in our episode. So, yeah. What about you, Nick?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I've noticed something. There was Douglas Moo just dropped within the past, it can't be more than 3 years, his big book on Paul, right? And it's I mean, it depending on your theological persuasions, it's helpful. Other, those of us, I'm like, I've read. It's hard to top like what's his face? It's hard to top Cranfield and kind of those, Ritterboss, kind of the old school, Calvinist, kind of guys, just because they're they're really, really thorough. But I was curious because I'm reading Moo's stuff for my dissertation work, for universalism, and I got to a section on hell in the in the book, and I was like, oh, let's see, because he contributed the chapter on Paul in Hell Under Fire, I believe it was, maybe like how it would have been like 20 years ago, something like that, more.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, maybe he's updated his arguments, maybe he's got some new stuff. And so I read that, and I was reading, I'm like, this reads like a copy and paste from his chapter on Paul and hell. And I was really disappointed, to be perfectly frank. And what I'm seeing is kind of the opposite of what y'all are saying. And I don't know Farrar, so forgive me, I'm not. Is his expertise in like historical theology or philosophy or something like that?
I don't recall.
Okay,
I'll look it up while you continue what you're saying.
That's
though.
fine. But I'm noticing on the biblical scholarship front, there really is nothing new coming from our brothers and sisters in the Eternal Conscious Torment group. There is
Mhm.
interesting stuff coming out about universalism, but I'll have to keep that close to my chest because that's my dissertation, and you'd be surprised what people steal. Like it's shocking. Dissertations have been stolen from people before, but um, there just is not a lot coming out in terms of biblical scholarship that is supportive of the doctrine of eternal torment, in the sense, and I want to caveat that, in the sense that new arguments from linguistics or
Right.
or Second Temple Jewish texts or parallels or anything, there's really nothing new coming out on that front, and that's where I think the Universalists and the Eternal Conscious Torment folks are strange bedfellows on that front, because you are seeing a lot of new work in philosophy of religion, analytic theology, historical theology, kind of outside of the realm of biblical studies, Old Testament, New Testament, even biblical theology. You're seeing that I think the case that can be made has been made in favor of both views for the most part,
Yeah.
at least with eternal torment. There's probably some more to be done with universalism, but yeah, in terms of scholarship and material out there, there really is nothing new, and
Mm.
it's actually, at least on the biblical studies front, and that's frankly really on the one hand, it's just pardon me, it's sad because I think I'd love to see more grist for the mill for all of us to engage with, but perhaps it's a good thing that we're moving beyond the Bible into application, constructive theology, and maybe that's where we just kind of need to. And I'm not preempting anything, but that maybe tells us where we kind of need to start looking. It's like, well, at this point, the Bible is not sufficient to make our case, and I think you guys know what I mean by that. If we're making our case, the Bible, we can't just be rank biblicist, and as a rank biblicist
Yeah.
myself, but I think we're going to have to start expanding beyond what the Bible says, just because at this point most people are kind of not really building on what the Bible says,
Yeah.
exegetically and stuff. So that's
I
my rather pessimistic take, but that's kind of just as I see it as of now. Things could change in a year or 6 months. A book could be dropped tomorrow, all that sort of stuff. So that all right there is a caveat with an asterisk with a mountain of salt.
Well, one thing that I can say is that, that I think supports your observations there, is that finding a contributor in that Two Views book I'm working on with Paul Capan for the exegesis chapter on eternal torment was a nightmare. It was really, really hard. The first person that we got to fill it submitted just very subpar quality work and was not cooperative with me and Paul, so we had to drop that contributor. And then we managed to secure a replacement very briefly, and I won't name this person, but
Big name though.
big name, really. Oh man, I was so excited.
Yeah.
But this person pulled out when upon the realization that the view that he would be contributing to is the historic understanding of eternal torment, which includes people who are resurrected and embodied forever. And I told this contributor, look, one of your partners on your side is saying in his chapter, I'm sort of agnostic. I don't have a strong opinion on whether the resurrected lost will remain embodied forever or not. And I said, if you want to do that, that'd be perfectly fine. But we're not going to pretend as though the doctrine of eternal torment is something other than what it's been, which is that resurrected embodied people will be physically embodied forever and immortal and live forever. And this person didn't want to have to appear on, in defense of that. So, we found another replacement, thankfully. But the point is that it was not lost on me that the most difficult chapter to find a contributor on the eternal torment side was the exegesis chapter. There's just no exegetical work being done in that field.
And of course, we're not trying to say that you always have to be doing new work or you're no good. Obviously, old work can be good. The point is that the discussion has gone on past what was said.
That's right.
In that defense. We have provided rebuttals. I mean, not us. Fudge provided rebuttals. and this is why I find it so surprising that nobody has engaged with the third edition with anything but what was said about the second and first edition.
Well, and you
of,
run into the
the
risk
Fire
too,
That
William,
Consumes.
that you've got you see a lot of this in scholarship where someone makes a case, that case is accepted without, and I'll make this more strongly, without critical examination. And then that gets continued on because footnote breeds the next footnote breeds the next footnote in different books and books and books, and you can actually trace it. And you start seeing very quickly that and you'll even see certain phrases or idioms used almost identically across a lot of the literature. The idea that but I'll keep this close to my chest. But you all know kind of what I'm talking about when it comes to say olethros in 2 Thessalonians 1:9. Certain phrases just get regurgitated over and over across commentaries and monographs, and you're kind of like, but if you actually go do what I've done, what Chris has done, what William's done, just go look at the Septuagint use of olethros or Josephus's use of olethros, that's not what that word means.
Right.
And so you begin to see very quickly scholarship, unless it is constantly refreshing itself and hitting the refresher, very quickly becomes an echo chamber, and that's bad. Like, that's not good for conditionalists, dispensationalists, Baptists. It's not good for anyone. And so maybe what needs to happen, at least with our eternal conscious torment brothers and sisters, is maybe hit the refresh and let's all begin to go back instead of just copying the footnote from the previous commentary back into it. And that's really that's where you can see my cynicism kind of breeding, just because I'm like, I want more to deal with, because this footnote's already wrong, or at least, to be fair, needs to be revised, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, Joey, are you able to chime in here? Are you in the call now?
I believe so. Can you hear me now?
Awesome. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. Sorry about
the
camera. Yeah, we will soon. I don't know exactly why, but StreamYard, it wants to link to my phone, and so it was using my phone as my camera. So when you were looking at my keyboard, that's because my phone was literally right over my keyboard. I'll get that sorted out, and then yes, because I know everyone came specifically to see my pretty face.
Yes, but, that's why I'm here. Why else would I be here?
Oh yeah, well, they got yours. That's pretty good consolation, right?
That's right.
No, this is great so far. I've been able to hear most of this, and I think I'm. It's really good we have Nick here. I mean, it's good for a lot of reasons, obviously, but the fact that he is kind of on the cutting edge of the scholarship and everything, and seeing what he's been seeing. I mean, I'm not surprised one bit, and it kind of tracks with things that we've been hearing buzzes about for some years now, about needing to expand beyond the exegesis into the other areas, because to some extent this interest, I don't say it's been lost in the exegesis, but it's not what it used to be. I will just chime in, kind of seeing at a popular level, right? Like, seeing on social media and Twitter and people posting their thoughts, because as much as people deride social media, a lot of very learned people go on social media and will speak upon things, that they do have good ideas about, or at least are knowledgeable about, right? And I've seen this very much at that level, so you got Nick at the scholarly level, I'm seeing it at the popular level. I once had a situation, maybe about a year ago or so. It was on Twitter. And at one point, an individual who I was conversing with a bit basically conceded that, yes, if we were to go strictly on the Bible, you'd come up with annihilationism. And then he basically said, but that's not a good way to go about it. And his argument was that if we only did that and didn't rely more on classical theology and ideology beyond just the scripture, we'd end up with doctrines like God being a binity instead of a trinity. And that's why you can't go just on the exegesis. And that definitely, I was like, what? So, it's coming at all levels. And I think there's struggles with that, but there's also opportunities, because it gives us opportunities to now kind of understand if people aren't as convinced on the exegesis, even though they're more and more admitting we're making good arguments. And they are. I mean, that's come up. I know on the Rethinking Hell Live, you've talked with R. Zachary Manus and everything. And, he's noted that, our exegesis is strong, and he tends to go at other directions. And he's not alone, right? We see this at various levels. And so it's an opportunity for us, because we now can think, okay, let's take a look at these other areas. Let's see how we can focus on them, And I think in some ways that's good because it sort of is people admitting that, the Bible's at the very least not as clear against our view as they thought.
Yeah.
May I make one point, Chris, real quick?
Nope, not at all.
In addition,
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
But I realized I was being overly cynical, but I still stand by everything I said. But there is something to be said too about, and I don't have the list in front of me, so I apologize if I'm jumping the gun. But
we don't have a list or anything, I think.
Oh, even better, perfect. So I can make my own. All right. But on outside of the United States, because of my dissertation, I basically assume annihilationism, that Paul's basically, and I defend it, but when you do confirmation of candidature in the Australian system, it's very similar to the UK model, where basically here's a 5-page thing of what I want to do, that gets approved and moved on. Then you do a 20 to 25-page thing, including far more expanded chapter breakdown, all that sort of stuff. That gets looked at and voted on and engaged with. So they brought in someone from Houston Christian to basically be my interlocutor, to pepper me with questions, and then I answer them. He writes a report, I respond to it, that goes up. Then once I get through that process, now I'm in the writing phase. So you go through that, but throughout that whole process, I've assumed annihilationism. I'm happy to argue for it, but I've assumed it because if you look at a lot of the scholarship, even like Eugene Boring or a lot of other folks, they basically Paul, even the universals, right? Yeah, Paul is Paul. Paul's an annihilationist. Yeah, like they kind of concede that. Then the question becomes other things. But in the UK, I had a guy. I don't know if he's still in the program. It's been a while since I've been on because I've been so busy. But he looked at me and said, "Are you one of the Rethinking Hell guys?" And it was another student who I think he was in one of the smaller cities in Australia. So he knew who I was, which is weird because I'm like, okay, my renown has gone far. But all the language, but even in the dissertation as I'm writing, Ridley, I don't think has a strong opinion on the doctrine of hell, at least as a statement of faith. But I've got no pushback on that from anyone. And so I think as opposed to like evangelicalism in the United States, that's governed by a board of trustees that is very strict on that. You're starting to see a kind of a breakthrough across the pond, both ponds, where Australians see that as like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's not something worth fighting about. And they just kind of move on. Because at the end of the day, they got bigger fish to fry, So on that sense, just in addition to what Joey says, I think we're making waves in social media, YouTube stuff, but also across, places where they're not kind of governed by post-American fundamentalism, kind of that need to have a strict line about stuff. And I'm not saying there's no reason, that you shouldn't have strict lines about things, but where they kind of recognize that that's a genuinely secondary issue. So why am I going to fight about something when I've got, LGBTQ issues cracking down my door or religious pluralism over here? There are bigger things worth fighting about. And so I think conditionalism is making very strong inroads outside of post-American fundamentalist evangelicalism. So I think that's a good thing, at least from what I've seen.
No, I think you're right, and I see it all the time, especially the sort of grassroots change that we're affecting. There are YouTuber apologists, Dan Patterson of Questioning Christianity. Jonathan McClatchy of Talk About Doubts. These are people that have become convinced of conditionalism over the past several years and defend it, in conversation. And then you've got people I've encountered just within the past couple of years who were, at the time we first encountered each other, opposed to conditionalism or highly skeptical of it, but have now gone so far as to now debate in favor of conditionalism. Adam Terry of Curious Christianity, I think is what his YouTube channel is called. He just recently debated Turret and Fan. And, I just more and more I'm seeing our tendrils sort of manifest all throughout. So here's what I think is inevitable. Either our view just is going to become the dominant view, and without significant pushback, or the tidal wave of conditionalists that we have contributed to is going to force apologists and academics on the eternal torment side to more seriously interact with the topic in order to stem the tide, as they'll attempt to do. And frankly, although I might prefer that second option better because I like to fight, either one I'd be okay with. Either way, I think we're going to end up winning, so to speak. So
I think if your average pastor is not interested in fighting about this, over and over and over, because he or she's got a million things to deal with. I talk to my friends who are in pastoral ministry, I mentioned, my view on that, and they kind of, oh, okay. But it's not the shibboleth anymore. They just, it's like, oh, okay, that's whatever. And they just kind of move on because, Richard Balcom was this. F.F. Bruce thought this was a good idea. N.T. Wright is favorable to it. So they're just not worried about that sort of thing because it doesn't connote, at least in most people's eyes, liberalism, which is kind of the next thing we're having to deal with. So
yeah, I'm going to interject here for a moment and just encourage the people that are watching live to feel free to comment with questions you might like us to answer, thoughts you've had that you'd like our thoughts on or feedback to. Join in the conversation with us, commenters, and I'll try to pay close attention to the comments and put them up on the screen, and we'll discuss them. In the meantime, do we want to maybe start with one of the questions that we got? Joey, do you want to maybe present one of those, and we'll, discuss that, and then we'll resume our chit chat?
Yeah, let me pull one up. I will say, while I'm looking at that, I of course would love to see more, in-depth traditional scholarship. The thing of it, though, is as much as we kind of decry the quality of what we've seen over the years, I think we've seen the best of it because, there are so many books defending hell, especially after Rob Bell came out as a not universalist, and we saw these are good scholars. These are kind of the top tier, and they gave the arguments they could because that's kind of just what you have. I
still think G.K. Beale's Revelation commentary is probably the best case for eternal torment ever written.
Oh, yeah.
If you're looking for something that is as scholarly as you can get, as wise as it can get, it's hard to beat his commentary. My issue, of course, is he's inconsistent throughout his commentary, except when he gets to that passage. But
well, and I think he makes some gigantic. His case rests on what I think are some gigantic leaps, or at least one gigantic leap, namely, and this isn't surprising. G.K. Beale is, I'm pretty sure, an amillennialist, or at least a postmillennialist, one or the other, and it's and reformed. And in those circles, it's very common to see first resurrection and second death as sort of they've got this cross. What they'll argue is, look, the first resurrection is. Or the first death is physical, and the second death, they assume, is spiritual, whatever they mean by that, right? And so they say, well, first resurrection then is sort of a cross. That's also spiritual because the second resurrection is physical. But he didn't even, I don't think anyway, he didn't seriously interact with the claim that I have, that I make, which is that first resurrection is just John's interpretation of the imagery that he just saw of martyred saints rising and reigning with Christ. But his interpretation, I think readers would take to be a reference to the resurrection of Christ, which would make it a physical resurrection, just like the second one, which would make first and second deaths both physical as well. He just makes passing reference to that explanation, and I don't think he seriously deals with it. But what I will say, though, Nick, is I'll agree with you. That's one of the best, or if not the best, exegetical defense of eternal torment, which isn't a surprise since it's dealing with the only passage that can even be meaningfully construed that way, namely Revelation. But I will say that I'm really excited for readers to encounter the philosophical case for eternal torment that Manus is contributing to this Two Views book that I'm doing with Paul Copan. I'm not saying it's decisive or compelling, convincing, but it is extremely rigorous, I think. And, Matthew Flanagan does a great job interacting with him in the book. But if people want the best that philosophy can offer, I think, in defense of eternal torment, I think they should get their hands on this book that's going to come out. So anyway. So Joey, did you get that question pulled up? Do we want to discuss that?
Yes. Let me see. I'm trying to see if there is a good way to present it, or if it might just be easier for you to read it out loud. There's a couple sentences to it, but I think I can capture the gist of it, right?
Just so you know, though, if you do want we can do something like this. Oh crap, it's not coming up. Anyway, we could share content as well if you want to put the text up there. But yeah, go ahead and summarize it or whatever.
Okay. So this question comes into us from one of our fans here through the contact page, and he asks, if Christ suffered on the way to the cross, would that suffering be paying for something the lost would possibly endure? Meaning, perhaps, if Christ may have suffered for the worst type of sinner who represents, could this be a demonstration of what the worst type of sinner may suffer before death? Why or why not? So I think what he's kind of asking is, because Christ suffered leading up to the cross, right? Leading up to his death, is that going to be part of what the worst sinners would suffer? The idea, I think he's asking, I think it sounds to me like he's asking if the suffering leading up to the cross indicates that the worst sinners would suffer extensive suffering prior to annihilation. That makes sense.
Okay. What are you guys' thoughts?
That does sound, well, first of all, there's some atonement models that do suggest that I think the governmental model says Christ is an example of what would happen to us, what will happen to those who are condemned for their sins. So that's certainly been mentioned before. And there does seem to be some credibility. Christ was formally condemned by a competent judge, although there was irregularities there. Christ suffered, Christ died. All these things are seen as something that we deserve. So I rather like that in that sense. Does it work formally? I don't hold to the governmental model of atonement, but it does seem to work as a part of a more fully orbed atonement.
Nick or Joey, any thoughts from you guys before I chime in with my thoughts?
I think it's certainly possible. I think it's the sort of thing where it makes sense if that is the case. It's sort of something that I kind of would reason backwards with. Like, if it is the case, ultimately, that one of the distinguishing factors between different levels of sinners at the judgment who are not saved, right? If one of the distinguishing factors is some suffer a small, short amount of conscious torment before death, some suffer a longer degree, which, if I recall, is kind of the Edward Fudge model. If that is the case, then what our reader's proposing does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that is enough for me to look at and say that this therefore shows that that is how judgment works, I think that would be a bit speculative. I think it's kind of one of those things where we can glean certain key points, but some elements of it, we may just kind of have to guess a little bit. The key points here, for example, are, well, the most significant is the fact that no matter what, Jesus died, and that negates any sort of traditionalist model that says that the conscious suffering of Christ was the atonement, which, of course, is required if you're going to say Christ suffered, the exact equivalent on an eternal scale, because he's an infinite person, of what the damned suffer, right? Yeah. Which is something really important to point out. Anytime they're like, Christ wasn't annihilated, therefore your model doesn't work, because their model doesn't work either. Because
yeah.
I mean, of course, it's come up before. Chris has brought up in articles, but for those kind of wondering what I'm talking about, certain traditionalists have argued, I think more recently, I don't know if this has really come up in ancient Christianity, but some have argued that the suffering of Christ before his death, both the physical torment and as well as a believed conscious separation from God.
Why have you forsaken me, right?
Exactly, yeah. It's argued that is that he suffered the equivalent of hell there. Because he was infinite, that finite suffering counts as infinite suffering, and that's the atonement. The glaring problem, which Chris has pointed out, and we pointed out in different places. I know Chris has those 2012 article on the atonement, which was really good. It comes up there. The glaring problem is that in that case, Christ's death is not part of the atonement anymore.
Right.
And that's insane.
Yeah, I was going to say that creates a massive problem because the New Testament does not emphasize the suffering of Christ. It emphasizes his death.
Yeah.
And so,
It mentions it, but it's not God who's doing it. It's God. He trusts in God, the just, as opposed to the men who are hurting him.
Yeah, a few thoughts I have, just in addition to everything you guys have said. Number one, Dan Wallace and some other linguists or people that are experts in the text criticism and stuff like that. That's not the right word. Anyway, Dan Wallace is the name I have in mind, but he argues that those Greek prepositions anti and huper, used in expressions like Jesus died for us. For is the preposition anti or huper. Those words have a distinctly substitutionary connotation to them in these expressions, and everywhere those prepositions are used in this way, it seems to me in the New Testament, it is Jesus' death that is the thing that does the substituting, and not his suffering. And then the second thought that I have is that if all we had was the substitutionary work of Christ to go on, I would be a little more open to this proposal than I am. I'm not closed to it. I'm just highly skeptical. But we know that the substitutionary work of Christ was foreshadowed in the substitutionary sacrifices of the Mosaic covenant and in the Passover sacrifice and so forth. And it just does not seem to me that there's any degree to which the pain suffered by those animals was functioning in a substitutionary way. It seems like it was the loss of life.
Well, even then, like torturing the animal or hurting the animal seems
Right.
to be something that would have been distinctly forbidden from doing, because that is the infliction of suffering, where the whole point is the death of the thing, which is why the crucifixion is such a perversion of human life, is that it literally extends something that should not be extended in that sort of sense in terms of torture and violence and dehumanization and stuff. So yeah, even that parallel doesn't work because the animal was killed. It wasn't, I don't know, had its legs broken, kicked and stomped on, nasty names said about its mom, all that sort of stuff. You didn't have that sort of thing. You had an instantaneous death that was designed to mitigate as much suffering as possible.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of the you don't see them expressly saying minimize suffering, but in some cases you have parts of the procedure, like the priest would lay his hands on the side of the animal, or one hand on the side of the animal, or the person making the sacrifice would press his hands onto the head of the animal. And you're getting that close and you have no protection from the animal. You do not want to hurt the animal. You don't even want it to be reasonably frightened.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Wounded animals are the most dangerous.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess in short, it sounds like all of us are, to one degree or another, open to the possibility that Jesus' suffering leading up to his death was in some sense substitutionary, but I think we're also to varying degrees very skeptical of that. Is that a fair way to wrap up our answer?
That's fair.
I believe so.
Cool. By the way, I just want to say hi to everybody that's watching live right now. I see we're up to 20 live viewers, which is exciting. It's really cool to see how spread out across the globe these people are. We've got our friend Mel, who's in Kansas. We've got our friend Bruce in, what is LI?
Maybe Long Island?
Island.
Oh, LI, New York.
Long Island, yeah.
Long
Awesome.
Island.
We've got Jay in the Netherlands. Well, hello. Good to see you. We got Denmark represented with Eric. Good to see you, Eric.
Where are we coming from, by the way? We're all in the same time zone, aren't we?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's very rare on this stream. Yeah, so I'm in the Seattle area. The three of you, Southern California.
Mm-hmm.
I can sneeze and Joy might get sick from me.
That's awesome. And then we've got our frozen neighbors to the north in Canada, represented here by Laura. I don't know why you've got that acute accent on the Canada.
I know.
Canada?
Eh?
Eh? And then we've got Lodi. where is Lodi in California? Do you guys know?
That is a good question.
I
I
think
want to say it's on the Central Coast,
I was
but
gonna say Central Coast. It's north of us. I know that. It's not Southern California.
Hmm.
I
Or
got
maybe
Google
maybe
it.
that's Canada. Maybe it's Lodi, Canada. I don't know.
No,
No,
no.
it's-
Lodi is in California. I
Oh,
can't
okay.
remember. I want to say Central Valley.
And we
oh
got
yeah, you're right.
Alex.
It's San Joaquin. Yeah, so that'd be Central Valley.
Awesome. And here's Sacramento. That's central, right? Roughly
Mhm.
central California.
Yeah, like Central, further north of Lodi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
North Central.
It's probably
And
the
we-
halfway point between us and you, Chris.
Probably, actually. I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised. And then we got NW Indiana. I wonder what does NW stand for, Susan?
Northwest. So that'd be like Gary.
I guess it could just be
Indiana.
region. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's like Gary. That's South Chicago, Chicagoland area.
Well, it's cool to see everybody tuning in. We're touched that people are interested in what we have to say. So I'll talk briefly about. I had a really great opportunity early this year to speak at, to give like 5 presentations at an Advent Christian conference on the East Coast. That was really cool. It was their first conference that they were doing in a series of annual conferences that they wanted to do, and I got to meet our friend James Harding there for the first time. We had talked online a lot, and we counted each other close friends, but got to see him in person, and it was great to make some connections there. The guy that invited me, and who was at the time, I think he's now resigned or retired from being like the head of this region of the Advent Christian Conference, he teaches young people Latin, and so now he and I are meeting once a week on Zoom, and we're studying Latin using a really cool book called Lingua Latina, which is a immersive book. Yeah. The whole thing is in Latin, and you figure out by context and pictures what it is that you're saying. William, when we were in the car together, I read some of that to you, and
That was
fun.
great.
So
it was great to be hearing that again. Since haven't really dug into it since college and a few pages of Winnie the Pooh in Latin.
Yeah. Well, and I'll say, just to maybe turn this into something to actually talk about for a minute. It was interesting learning about the Advent Christian denomination, because there's a lot of, for people that aren't familiar, it can just seem like it's part of the Seventh-day Adventists. They can be easily confused with one another, but they are they are distinct conferences, denominations. But one of the things I've heard at times was that Advent Christians are heretics in areas of Trinity and incarnation and stuff like that. And that always seems strange to me because of Advent Christians we know, Penny Van, Jefferson Van, the people at Afterlife .nz or NZ, as they like to say. These are all very seemingly very orthodox people. Well, I found out at this conference why there is some impression that Advent Christians are heretics in these areas, and it's because each regional conference of the Advent Christian denomination is very different from one another in certain ways, and in terms of what they tolerate and what they don't among their member churches. And every church is to a very large degree autonomous, kind of like they are in the churches of Christ. And what he said is that, what I was told by my friend Lou, is that in the northeastern, whatever conference it was, they are very, they're very strict on Trinity and incarnation being essentials of the faith, and they will push back on member churches that are challenging that. But like in the region of the denomination that has churches in, say, Texas, they exercise a much greater degree of autonomy, and you do have a lot of people in that region that are part of the Advent Christian denomination who
Reason 512 why Texas is awesome.
Well, but that kind of freedom and latitude comes with its trade-offs. And the
You have to
trade-off
tell me. I'm
here,
American Baptist, Chris. I know all about the trade-offs of having a denomination that emphasizes freedom.
right? Well, but that explains, it turns out, why there are some of these regions, and there's some of these Advent Christian churches that have this reputation, and it's not even very often. It's not even that those churches deny the Trinity or incarnation or whatever. It's that they allow their members to hold whatever view they want. So, for example, my understanding, and I want to be careful here, I could be mistaken, but we all are, I think, familiar with an Advent Christian by the name of John Roller. We interviewed him on the Rethinking Hell podcast years ago. He's got a self-published dissertation that you can find on Amazon called "The Doctrine of Immortality in the Early Church," something like that. Well, my understanding, again, I could be wrong here, but having talked with Lou and others at the conference, is that John Roller is an example of somebody who, yes, affirms the Trinity, but he doesn't see it as a essential of the faith, and so he's much more comfortable interacting with and identifying with Advent Christians who deny it. So I guess what I'm trying to trigger here is a conversation around, how I don't know. This is just something this experience is something that I described and thought maybe we'd have some thoughts on the relationship between conditionalism and orthodoxy, essentials of the faith in various denominations. Is there any thoughts that this kind of triggers in your mind that you want to discuss? I'm just trying to get us talking.
Sure. My denomination is probably far more open than the Advent. I know. For example, when I was at a young ministers gathering conference thing out in Evanston, Illinois, and that was probably 6-7 years ago. Actually, yeah, about 6-7 years ago. The minister of the region, kind of the bishop, we're calling the executive, but the basically, if you're looking at hierarchical, the bishop of the region, so to speak, or the pope of the region, he or she doesn't have any of the power of the pope, really. But anyway, said he didn't think, and this was Metro Chicagoland, so basically all of the Chicago area. He said, I don't think I could get all of our ministers to sign the phrase or the statement, sign off on the statement, Jesus is Lord.
Wow.
And so, and that doesn't represent our region here in Southern California, Arizona, and Hawaii, and I think Vegas. I think Vegas is part of our region. But it kind of tells you that you can have a region that is incredibly orthodox, incredibly generous, but theologically faithful. And then you go to another region and you're like, this is not a church anymore. This is a community center for literally anything culture says is good and holy and wonderful. And so conditionalism is one of those things where I was not when I applied for my current position that y'all came and sought for my installation when I applied there. They didn't ask me questions about that sort of theology. Like they're not concerned about that. They assume, they had asked me questions about social issues. And we say that specifically when I redid our membership application to join our church or to be official members of our church. Anyone can come to our church. It's, voting and stuff like that. And when we did that, I actually wondered, should I put a statement of faith together and have the church kind of do it? But our statement of faith is very generous. Like I could sign off on it, no problem. I'm a pretty generous person. So, okay, yeah, I can sign off on that. But what I had to do was basically go, okay, there are certain things that are secondary issues that I don't have a problem if someone believes and they come to our church. But then you're beginning to see in culture, and I think I mentioned this earlier about Australia and the UK, is what's something worth fighting about and what's something worth just having a conversation over the table and over a meal together. The doctrine of hell, I think, is becoming one of those things outside of the board of trustees at certain seminaries or universities for faculty hiring, which tells us already, and this is going to be a big problem for evangelicalism, at least in the States, broadly conceived evangelicalism. Think Wheaton College masters, all of them, right? We're going to have to deal with the fact that evangelical scholarship has made conditionalism a non-essential, or at least a reasonable perspective that one can hold in good biblical, theological, philosophical faith and not be considered X, Y, and Z, right? The problem is trustees and institutions have a tendency to knuckle down because anything that is outside is a threat. And evangelicals, I think, conditionalists specific. For example, I applied to a position for a New Testament. I don't even think it was tenure. It was like an associate or assistant professor that was untenured. So it'd be like a 3-year contract. And I saw their statement of faith was eternal conscious torment. And I could tell it was as soon as I read the first line of the statement of faith, without like getting to the bottom, I'm like, oh, this has been copied and pasted. Okay. But I got to the bottom. Yep. And so I emailed the person I knew. I'm like, hey, is this, I believe what Howard Marshall believes or believed, rest in peace. Richard Bauckham believes, F.F. Bruce believed, or at least was favorable towards, just giants of the evangelical faith. Does that mean, because I hold that, I cannot apply for this position? And I got a very strict yes. You cannot apply for this position. And I was like, so you're telling me that you would not hire Richard Bauckham, F.F. Bruce, Howard Marshall, and I was not as overt with what I'm saying, but that was kind of the implication, was you would deny faculty to people that are otherwise evangelical giants on an issue that, as far as I can tell, has no bearing on orthopraxy or orthodoxy. It can, if you're a consistent person, you think about, life or death issues. Conditionalism does place an intensity on the sacredness of human life, and that the taking of human life is indeed a severe violation that God takes personally. So there's that element, the pro-life, theology and stuff like that. But all this to say, I think what is going to need to happen is that conditionalism needs to be disentangled from all this other stuff and presented as just another option. And you can actually see that happening in evangelicalism on the issue of, say, women in ministry or certain views of baptism, where people kind of go, yeah, I believe this, but I'm willing to be in faculty partnership with someone who disagrees. So Wheaton College or other places that they don't take a hard stand on that and allow freedom of conscience. And maybe the conditionalists need to kind of foster an openness that this is a big tent thing, but also that we're not advocating that there be no tent or no wall.
Right.
Yeah.
And that maybe that should shape how we talk, rather than break down the wall. Go, no, we should be involved in the wall, not break down the wall. Well,
those thoughts are exactly why I really cringe when I hear or read comments from conditionalists who are like looking for churches specifically that teach conditionalism and express discomfort in being in any other kind of church environment, or who say, hey, we should start conditionalist churches or whatever. I'm like, no, that's our whole point, is that this isn't an essential of the faith that should be divided over. Yes, I totally encourage people to find churches that tolerate, and are welcoming to conditionalists. But it's quite another thing to look for churches that explicitly advocate for this view and be unwilling to be a part of churches that, where it's left open-handed. So yeah. And also, I think in my contribution to our second book, A Consuming Passion, Essays on Hell and Immortality in honor of Edward Fudge, in my chapter, I offer some advice on strategy for commending conditionalism in our modern era. And this is one of those, the points that you made are some of the points I tried to make, that we need to treat this as an issue not worth dividing over, and actually contribute to the defense of the walls that should be in place, like the Trinity and the Incarnation and stuff like that. That's why I wanted to do that debate with Dale Tuggy on Unitarianism, and why I debate hyperpreterism and other topics, is because I want to show what I think is true, which is that we aren't just trying to tear down the wall. We're not trying to get rid of the tent. We think there should be a tent, and we want to defend the boundaries of those tent where we think they should be. Anyway, I'm rambling
also
now.
You like debates.
And I like debating. This is true.
Well, one thing I do very much appreciate is, Chris, that you do have these debates on these issues like the Trinity, and even on secondary issues like Calvinism and things like that, because, we don't want to be one-trick ponies,
One-string banjos.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I kind of am, but that's because other than Rethinking Hell, there's not much I put out, but, this is... that's good. I'm glad you brought that up. And with the orthodoxy thing, one of the tricky things about it is always going to be the fact that, like, I do believe, yes, there are things that are of primary importance and then of secondary and even of tertiary. The problem is the Bible doesn't lay out what those are. Like, it doesn't lay out like these are secondary, these are tertiary. It's literally, the Bible just says this is what is true and this is what is not. And then we have disagreements over what it's saying about those things. And as a result, we kind of have to parse out which issue is so majorly important that it makes you not a Christian, which ones are maybe you're still saved, but we shouldn't go to the same church. Which ones are like, this is important, but we should go to the same church. Stuff like that. We kind of have to figure that out through reasoning and practicality. You know?
I like Gavin Ortland's term for what you're describing, Joey. I think he calls it theological triage.
I like that. Yeah, that fits very well. And you also have some issues that are kind of more practical, like with baptism. Now, obviously, if baptism saves versus not, that's very core. But like, if you are of the agreement that, as important as it is, you can be saved without it, in practice, like, it doesn't matter that much. At least in my opinion. Like, I'm very much a Credo Baptist, but I don't question at all like the salvation of Paedo Baptists, nor do I think it's that big of a deal in most contexts. But it is something that's of a very practical nature that kind of says you probably should go to different churches because, you know, it's a very important ordinance. And so it's like, one's going to do it one way, one's going to do it another, you know. You have sort of practical issues like that, where to me, at least I believe that's not that important of a theological issue overall. It just makes it kind of impractical to go to the same church if you can help it, right? Sometimes you can't, you're in a dangerous situation or something, right?
Well, and specifically too, I mean, and there are ways to hold that together. For example, the Evangelical Covenant Church basically says the mode of baptism, Credo or Paedo Baptist, is entirely at the discretion of the elders and or the pastors. And so you can have multiple people with multiple different perspectives on it. And as long as the person is baptized and is living a holy, faithful life, then that's kind of the uniting model, or the uniting, you know, the glue that holds it together. So for them, and I'm actually very sympathetic to this. So if someone who was baptized as a baby, in Methodist, as a kid, came to church and asked should they be baptized again, I'm like, well, that's for you and I to have a conversation about this, not an immediate yes or no. It's, well, why are you asking that question? And so for me, in terms of practicality, that's kind of where I would put the doctrine of eternal torment and doctrine of annihilationism is, it's like, I don't feel the need to create a new church based around a specific, very niche eschatological view that ultimately, unless I'm very convinced of something, won't make me a more ethical or holy person. So that's where I kind of go.
I'm not sure I'll agree with you there, Nick. Sure. I want to here in a minute discuss a couple of our viewers' questions having to do with the discussion that we're having right now. But I want to gently push back here a little bit and say, while I wholeheartedly agree that it is not a question to divide over, and while I wholeheartedly agree that there's no clear correlation between embracing conditionalism and being holier or more ethical or whatever, it does seem to me as if there may be a way in which conditionalism does contribute to sanctification, and that has to do with exactly what we mentioned. Somebody mentioned a little bit earlier, which is the effect it has on one's view of the sanctity of life, the dignity, the value of life itself.
Can we, before we go too much further, I'd kind of like to answer David's
I was going to suggest that.
Couple.
So David wants to know what's conditionalism. Do you want to answer
really
that, William?
Good question here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll throw something out. Okay, so conditionalism is just a really massively shortened name. The full name, or at least the two-word name, is conditional immortality, and it's the idea that God offers, God gives life to everyone, but he offers endless life, immortality, to some who meet the condition of, for example, being saved through faith. You can see that conditional immortality, or rather we claim that we see that conditional immortality in, say, John 3:16. Whoever believes will have eternal life rather than perishing.
And the reason this is important is because, and relevant, is because throughout church history, from the first Christians that appear to have taught eternal torment, and here I have in mind Athenagoras of Athens and Tatian of Adia Bene, and then there's some question around Justin Martyr, but that's a whole other conversation. From the very beginning, the doctrine of eternal torment has affirmed that the resurrected lost, so that they're coming back to embodied life, whether you understand them to have souls that are reunited with their bodies, or whether you think that they are their bodies and they rise back from the dead. Either way, they rise from the dead, and then their bodies, they remain embodied and alive forever. And the view has always historically said that they are immortal. These lost in hell are bodily, physically immortal. So the doctrine of eternal torment, and this is true of universalism as well, much as universalists like to try to avoid it, these are doctrines of what you might call unconditional immortality, meaning there are no conditions whatsoever that a human being has to meet in order for God to render them immortal upon raising them from the dead. We conditionalists, or annihilationists, as we're often called, and we don't particularly have a problem with that, we, by contrast, believe that immortality is conditional. It's given only to those who meet the condition, whatever that condition is, and William sort of talked about that. So conditionalism is just short for that, and that's why it's an apt word to describe our view, because we're the only ones who believe that it will in fact only be the saved who rise immortal. But okay, so we'll come back to the other David's question in a moment. But going back to what I said a moment ago, do any of you want to push back on that, or have any thoughts on my claim that conditionalism does at least seem to have the potential, at the very least, to contribute to a holier and more ethical understanding of the value and goodness, the innate value and goodness of life itself, and how that might play out in things like care for the unborn, it might influence one's view on the appropriateness of capital punishment, right? It could influence one's view of how we should treat people trying to cross our border illegally, right? It does seem to me as if conditionalism could lead to this grander view and respect for human life, and if so, that could spill out into all sorts of areas in which ethics play out. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's untapped, and so in my eyes, if you were to do it, I'm not sure it would be. I mean, you'd have to argue that it's appropriate to do so. I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but I mean a conditionalist approach to Christian ethics. So war, capital punishments, sexual ethics, although you could get really interesting with sexual ethics, the state and power, so it's entirely possible that a conditionalist approach might have some tangible benefit on that front, or at least might have a more unifying, like concrete way of thinking that unifies those issues of violence, life, euthanasia, disabilities, stuff like that. The imago, especially if you tie the Imago Dei across the board with all that. The eternal torment advocate could do that. I'm just not certain he or she would be able to do so consistently with having that, but they might appeal to different unifying strands across that. So on that sense, I don't know if I would disagree. I would maybe just use the language of potential.
Yes.
Has the potential for this in terms of systematic, theological, and ethical construction. But to be fair, and push back again, not against what you said, but just as something for us to consider, is that most of we'll just say most of the major ethicists, Christian ethicists in the evangelical tradition, like people who write on this repeatedly, like I'm thinking like a Douglas Groothuis or other folks, would be very stout defenders of eternal torment. Yeah. And so it'd be one of those for us to kind of maybe that's just the new way we need to go. What if a book, Whitfin's Doc, maybe 125 pages, like my little book, just something real small, a conditionalist approach, a very niche, but a conditionalist approach to Christian ethics. Not doing the Wayne Grudem thing where the book's this long and basically says that much, 700 pages. It's like, okay, we get it. But even just kind of a primer on how conditionalism and eschatology might impinge on abortion or infanticide or slavery or other sorts of ethical issues. That might be of value to apologists in terms of, especially if you add a pastoral element as well. Here's how you actually live this out and how you should think about these things politically, theologically. So that I would just say conditionalism may have more potential, but as of now, that potential has not been actualized. So that'd be my only pushback. And I see that as a positive thing.
That's a very good point. This is hypothetical conditionalism book that doesn't actually exist yet. Yeah. It occurs to me. We just saw. I just watched the Turretin fans preparation episode for his recent debate on conditionalism, and one of the things they were both saying, Dan Chapa and Turretin fan were saying that life in hell it's no kind of life. It is not really life. Now, that's not bad in and of itself. I don't mean to cast doubt, but it's also, we hear that from in other ethical places who are saying that's not really living. The fetus is not really human life. So I don't know. That's kind of, and all of this is iffy. It's not like we're saying it needs to be cashed out as a book, not as just some guys waving their hands on YouTube's.
Well, but this is exactly, this illustrates exactly my point. It seems to me that the doctrine of eternal torment organically leads to that view of life, that you could have people who are living and breathing, who have limbs that move and muscles that contract and relax and lungs that expand and collapse and all this, experiencing sight, experiencing sound, and all the other sensations, thinking, right? All of the things that are part of what it means to be a living human being. To say that you can have all of that and still be a life not worth living because it's full of misery, I think that's a natural, organic outflowing of the doctrine of eternal torment. In fact, that's the argument that I made in my conference presentation a couple of years ago. I think I called it cultural CPR, because I was talking about how there's this culture of death that I think is really, we're suffering from in the West. And I gave examples of things like abortion, transgender surgeries that I think are so deleterious on life, the flourishing of human life, euthanasia, right? I gave several examples where it seems like the West is increasingly embracing a culture of death. And I argued that the doctrine of eternal torment does organically contribute to that culture, as much as the advocates of it push back against that culture, right? So yeah, I'd love, if there are any, if anybody's watching this live or after the stream gets archived in the channel and is watching this, and if you have expertise in Christian ethics, think about what Nick and William have here been proposing, getting a book deal on conditionalism's effect on Christian ethics. I think it could be pretty powerful.
Well, and if you define conditionalism, or at least I would define conditionalism in terms of apocalyptic theology and that sort of stuff. But if that's the case, then you have eschatology now. You don't have eternal life as kind of a nebulous thing, that like a Christmas gift that you're going to get. You've been able to open one Christmas gift now, and there's still an endless sea of Christmas gifts under the tree in terms of eternal life. And so for us, and if that's the case, then what we do now with the eternal life we've been gifted, whether it's contingent or conditional or what have you, is irrelevant, at least to the point. You've been given a gift of life now, the seeds of which will blossom into the future. So it means the ethical importance of Christianity and Christian theology and eschatology has impact now. And so it's not about, oh yeah, one day, this will happen. It's like, no, God has given it to us on earth as it is in heaven. That it's not that we're conquistadors. It's that we have an ethical impulse that begins literally at the moment of conversion and of faith. And that faith, of course, is embodied work in reverence to what Christ has called us to be. So in terms of that, you could very easily look at Christian ethics as an outflowing of the eschatologicalized now. Yeah. And though how you treat, elderly people, people that are, or people with mental disabilities or physical disabilities or children or even infants, people of other races and other sexes, how all, other sexes, male or female, you know what I mean? How you treat people matters, but the conditionalist has the urgency of the person who wants them to avoid eternal torment, has that same urgency or that shared urgency, but the coherence of it is different, and that we actually place the primacy of value on creation. And so we place the value of God as creator being extended through the church, through Christianity, to others. And so for us, it's a shared or a mirrored glory that we can see now, however dim the mirror might be. And so the impulse for Christian ethics begins at the moment of conversion, not out of fear, but out of, I've now been given a gift to give to others. But of course, the Spirit is the only one who gives the gift. But you know what I mean in terms of the impulse to be holy and all that. So just another point in favor of maybe an eschatologicalized ethic.
Yeah.
I think this was one of those interesting situations where serious Christians of all stripes are generally going to agree on these practical outcomes, right? Abortion's
yeah.
wrong, euthanasia is wrong. Life is really important and valuable. I think it's one of those situations where us coming to the correct view based on scripture of what, of annihilationism being true, helps this thing that we all understand make more sense. Like, it's like it brings it all together. It's like, why do we think this? It's like, oh, well, it makes more sense when you understand this aspect of theological truth.
It does seem, it feels to me that we have these voices in the very early church that it makes a lot of sense to understand them as being conditionalist. I think we can speak more strongly about that, but let me leave it there. And what they taught about the value of life and immortality and the death all seems to fit with conditionalism, and it rings through all the church ages consistently the same teaching. And conditionalism just as conditionalism as we teach it, as we understand it, picks that right up. And it seems like it means the same thing as Christians have always understood. So we're not saying we actually disagree with the with the rest of the church now. They do love life, and
you can explain why they love life.
We have a methodology that's consistent, or we think is consistent across and can be applied consistently across. So that rather than just believing something's wrong, which abortion is sinful and wrong, we now go, here's this additional foundation or concrete that accents why, not just that it's bad, but why it's bad. God as creator, God as sustainer, God as fashioner of our DNA, God as the one who makes things holy, the God who does all and that only God has the right to take back human life, which means that any human life taken by another person, at least in terms of just war theory, perhaps even, will have to be given account for. And so you have that sacralization of the human person, a sacred architecture is Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, made from the side of the that we are sacred architecture and that you don't destroy God's sacred architecture. Only God has the right to undo something.
Yeah, that's good. Let's turn to the other David's question here. Before I put it up, just a reminder to people that are tuning in live, we'd love to field any questions we have or discuss any thoughts you'd like us to discuss. So don't hesitate to, man, your camera work is distracting, Nick. You've got this weird, it was something that digitally moves the frame around. It's so distracting. Anyway, that's fine. So David, 1517 says, I have went from non-denominational to Presbyterian to now Lutheran, and I just keep conditionalism as my little secret to avoid trouble. And he wants to know our thoughts on that. Before we answer with our thoughts, Bruce responds to that by saying that he held his conditionalism for 25 years as something of a secret, but the Lord challenged him to come out of the closet, so to speak, this year as a pastor. And so I guess, what are your guys' thoughts on keeping one's conditionalism a secret while, it within the communities one fellowships with?
I understand it. Makes perfect sense.
Well, it makes sense, and one can understand why one would be tempted to do that, at least.
Right.
Yeah, my sense is, and it's different when you're a pastor, so keeping things to yourself that the church probably would have a problem with is, right. I say it's a lie by omission. Right. I would find it disreputable if I went to a PCA church and talked about all these things, but fingers crossed, said enough to get. Well, it'd be much difficult to become PCA, but you know what I mean? Like if I went to a Presbyterian, but assume I get it, and then they found out, oh no, he's secretly a Wesleyan, and he secretly is this. And it's like, I would be thrown out of there so fast. And so it's one of those where I'm like, if it's a lie of, if you're a church member and they require it, then I put it this way. I have not applied to dozens and dozens of jobs in pastoral ministry because I know I would have to cross my fingers in order to sign it or to affirm it. And at the end of the day, one, if you never lie, then you never have to keep account of your lies. So there's that. Aside from the ethical issue of lying, for me, if someone came into the church and signed off on the membership statement and then said, oh yeah, I really do affirm this, this, and this, even though I know I signed it and my word is bond and I, I'd be very, very unhappy as a pastor. Now, if you came to me and said, hey, I have this view, is that okay? I'd be like, yeah, just keep that to yourself. Like you can still fellowship or just, if it comes up, just keep it to yourself, and that's not a problem. And so I suppose it depends on what is required for church membership or those sorts of things. But for me as a pastor, it's like I just don't have the luxury of lying, and I just tell people straight up, nope, I believe this, this, and this. If you don't want me, that's perfectly fine.
Well, this guy evidently doesn't have that level of concern. He doesn't think he's going to be ordained as a pastor in the Lutheran Church anytime soon.
In which case, if they don't require it, then all right, they didn't ask, and
well, but therein lies the question, at least as far as I'm concerned, is what is expected of you in the documentation of the fellowship, the church you're fellowshipping at. If you have membership requirements that involve affirmation of a statement of faith that includes eternal torment, I personally do think that one is ethically obligated to go to the pastor or elders and be honest about that. But if there isn't that kind of requirement, I see no reason to go around talking about it. Like Nick said, though, if you're asked about it, in a private setting, it might behoove you to be honest and not lie or withhold the truth. But like if you were asked, say you were, let's say hypothetically speaking, you're teaching a Sunday school class on some other topic or passage, and for some reason somebody asks you what you think, and you don't have to affirm a statement of faith, then you might say, I have thoughts on that question, but I don't think those are really this is the right time and place to discuss them. We're not talking about the doctrine of hell right now. Or you might say, I'd encourage you to talk to our pastor about that. That kind of deflecting the question in a setting like that, if you're not required to toe the party line, I think that could be legitimate. So I guess it comes down to it comes down to whether somebody who is a member of the church is expected to believe in eternal torment by the documentation of the church itself. So those are my thoughts.
Maybe what I was trying to say, Chris, and I think you said it well, is don't lie and don't put yourself in a position to lie. That'd be my two things. And if they don't require it, as it says, I don't have to sign off on eternal torment in the PCR, then by all means, head high, Bible open, don't worry about it. But if they, if I were going to the PCA and they were, as I want to be a member, and I'm like, well, I'm cool with the ordination of women, I believe in eternal conscious torment, and I'm a Wesleyan, can I be a member of your church? And they said no, I'd at least understand.
Yeah. By the way, remind me, is it the PCA or the PCUSA that has gone liberal?
PCUSA is the liberal
one.
Much
of the PCUSA has, but you do have a faithful remnant fighting the good fight.
The Reconquista.
Yep. That's true. You do have people like Robert Gagnon, the guy who's very big on presenting conservative views on LGBT issues. He's PCUSA still, if I believe.
I think he was American Baptist and became PCUSA. So,
frying pan into fire.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, we are a frying pan over here.
Oh yeah. As far as the question of the Lutheran, I think I largely agree with Chris. It sounds like Nick too. Just if you have to lie, don't, right? Like better to take the mistreatment and have your integrity. But if it's just a matter of not bringing it up because it would cause trouble, it's at least I see no moral issue with that. As long as you as long as you're not lying, and as long as you're not putting things into a situation where it's implied that you believe eternal torment when you don't, like signing off on a statement of faith. If it's just straight, you're not bringing it up because it'll cause trouble, that's fine. I don't bring stuff up sometimes. I kind of think of the example of say a Christian missionary in a really dangerous closed country like Iraq or something. They're not going to go into the streets and shout, "Hey everyone, I'm a Christian." Like, their evangelism is going to be much more underground. But, if a Muslim terrorist comes into their house with a gun and says, "Are you a Christian?" The right thing to do would be to not deny Christ in that case, right? So you're not going out to cause trouble, but you're not going to hide it, even if it hurts to not hide it. So that's kind of what I'm thinking there.
Well, when I pursued membership, when I was dating Allison at her dad's church, I straight up asked him, does your church require, because I think I was a conditionalist at that time. Do y'all require that? Because I want to be forth. And he looked at me and went, no. Because American Baptist is as your average evangelical American Baptist, for example, is not made from the fires of, postmodern, kind of the the American fundamentalism, dispensationalism kind of stuff, right? They're
Right.
just like 6-day creationism. All those debates have bypassed American, like our region, at least conservative American Baptist. Like when I went through Genesis, I was prepared to bring that up and have conversations. They just kind of looked at me like, "We've never heard about this debate. Like, what are you talking about?" I'm like, "Oh, because this is where I
Interesting.
came from." So
Yeah.
the whole thing
Right.
was just interesting. Just they're very
Yeah.
conservative, but those debates that fascinate, at least where I come from, they were debating other things. I was like, oh,
Right.
well,
Yeah.
pardon my ignorance, friends. I'll shut
Oh,
up
yeah.
now.
No, that makes sense. It's like as long as there's no deception, it is morally fine to continue not talking about it.
Mhm.
There may be very good practical reasons to do like Nick's talking about. Like there are good practical reasons often to be upfront, like in the Nick situation there. So consider those as well, but that's going to be very specific to your situation, Like if you find yourself like people are talking about hell and you're just kind of sitting there and it's really awkward, it might, if it's something where it's like if you really feel like you're just having to hold it in all the time and it's really uncomfortable, practically speaking, it may make more sense to just get it out there, ask the pastor or something,
Right.
from a practical standpoint.
Yeah.
One way of approaching talking about it, by the way, is to discuss, is to learn about and be able to discuss the range of hell views, because they're not just three absolute positions. There are a ton of shades. C.S. Lewis has proposed examples that make it very close to that make eternal torment very close to annihilationism.
Mhm.
um, and of course there are, well, anyway, onward. But discussing in terms of that helps make it a little more friendly to actually say what view I hold, just as dropping a little a little pin on a map instead of just saying, yeah, I'm totally different um, from what the people who wrote the statement of faith believe, even though technically I affirm the statement of faith, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense. No, good stuff.
Well, here's another question, or a statement that I thought it would be good for us to discuss. David says, and this is back when we were talking about life and death. He says it all boils down to how you define life and death. Is it separation from God, or is it ceasing to exist? And I'll just say, I think this is actually, I would say neither. But before I explain my answer, do any of you want to talk about your thoughts on this issue?
I mean, like, yeah, properly ceasing to exist can have these connotations that go beyond what annihilationists believe. Um, I think in terms of pragmatics, I think what he's describing is what we believe, just kind of phrased in a not great way, or maybe not. I mean, we might dive into that. Like I think part of it is people think ceasing to exist. They're thinking of like they could be thinking. It at least sounds like they're talking about like taking a cosmic ray gun and like zapping things to the point there's not even any subatomic particles left or stuff like that. Which, I mean, it's possible God does that, but that is not remotely what annihilationism or conditionalism requires, or
Right.
most would believe involves. As far as whether, so if we mean just ceasing to exist in terms of ceasing to exist as a conscious living entity, conscious being the emphatic part, because I guess the discussion is about life and death, but with annihilationism or conditionalism, I tend to use annihilationism. It's just personal preference. But conditionalism or evangelical conditionalism, we like to call it here, right? The emphasis is that the human being who's unsaved no longer exists as a conscious entity that can suffer, that can have life in any sense, good, bad, or otherwise, right? And so, in terms of ceasing to exist in that sense, nothing to do with like the soul matter necessarily being blasted into oblivion or anything, but in that sense, that is what we would believe the second death is. Now, exactly how it pertains to death itself, which might be what Chris is going with,
Yes.
or maybe something different. We're about to find out, I guess. Think of it this way, right? When a body dies, the body no longer has consciousness. It's just, it may be blown up in an explosion. It may just die from a disease and be almost entirely intact. The body itself hasn't ceased to exist, but it's no longer conscious, and it never will be unless you bring it back to life and resurrection. So it just becomes inert matter, kind of the feeling person or part of the person that was the body. That is what's gone, right? And when it comes to death in the annihilationist view, I mean, that's what we normally think of as death, not just as annihilationists, but all people, right? Like in any context other than this discussion, you would never describe a conscious entity as being dead. Like even within the Christian circles, where if you believe that there is a soul that survives on in the intermediate state, it is conscious, either they're, the good place, the bad place, Hades, paradise, whatever, that soul is not technically dead. Jesus talks about this in Matthew 10:28. Normally we cite Matthew 10:28 because it talks about destroying body and soul in hell. And it is a very important verse. But it also, he makes this distinction about how men can kill the soul. They kill the body. They cannot kill the soul. Right. So if you want to see what dead is like, you wouldn't look at any immaterial soul that's still conscious after death, if that is such a thing. Some of us believe it is, some believe it isn't. If that is such a thing, that soul is not what is dead. Jesus is specifically saying what the humans who have killed a person have killed is the body.
Yeah,
but so death is. Yep.
Yeah, well, sorry to interject. I agree with you for the most part, but I would argue that even in that traditional dualist understanding of human bodies and souls, when the body is killed, the body was never the conscious entity to begin with, right? The conscious entity in dualism was the embodied person, body and soul. So when, if on a dualist understanding of Matthew 10:28, it seems to me that the body dying in no way, shape, or form means cease to exist. It means that it's become, like you said, inert, inanimate, inactive, motionless, right? It completely unmoving and inert. So that's what I think death means. I think death means to cease to live, to no longer be alive, to be, and what that of course means is to no longer have vital functioning, to no longer be animate, to now be inert, etc. And when a body dies, if dualism is true, like you said, the soul doesn't suffer that same fate until the second death. But in the second death, when both body and soul become inert in this way, it still seems to me that while the implications of this kind of death may be, or the entailment, let's say, of the second death may be the cessation of the conscious entity's existence, what it means to die, how death is defined in this sense, does seem to me to no longer be alive, to no longer be animate and functioning and motive, etc. So that's my take on it. But I'm curious.
That's about right. I think at that point, just kind of getting into the specific details of, and I'm not even sure we differ, or if we do, it's not on the part that matters.
Right.
No, that was good. I'm glad you chimed in with that.
Well, but what I like about being careful in this way is that it completely avoids, it seems to me, the arguments that are often leveled at us, the challenges that are often leveled at us, that if death isn't the cessation of existence in the first death, why is it in the second? Well, it was never cessation of existence. It was a cessation of life. And on dualism and physicalism, which is the view I hold, to cease to live so let me put another. In both views, dualism and physicalism, cease to live makes sense as a definition of death. Because on physicalism, if you die, you cease to be conscious, you also cease to live, right? And that's what death seems to mean. But on dualism, one could cease to live and remain conscious, as a disembodied soul, or one could cease to live in both body and soul and thereby cease to be a conscious entity. So it allows, this definition of death strikes me as both intuitive and consistent no matter what we hold when it comes to the intermediate state. Those are my thoughts on it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Now, it looks like we won't be able to keep Nick much longer.
I didn't notice that private chat. Sorry.
Yeah,
fatherly. I got to run and go be a dad.
Well, thanks for joining us for a bit, Nick. And, this is going to be on for another few hours. So if you want to come back in at some point, feel free.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Take care, everyone.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Nick.
God bless.
Okay. Yeah. I think one thing to circle back there, and I'm going to agree with you there, I think, is just for the sake of our listener there, the takeaway, like with the second death of the first, is that, at least if I'm understanding Oh goodness, I think I kind of halfway lost my train of thought there with the Nick thing, but
Sorry.
trying to sum it up. Now, I'm in agreement with you. I think basically the point there is even if it's not properly ceasing to exist, it's more. Um, you brought up the difference between the first and second death and why it would be in the first and not the second, or vice versa. Mainly, it's what happens to the body in the first death happens to body and soul in the final. The whole person becomes dead in the same way the body is in the first death. Right. So
Yep.
I think that's a really important takeaway. And for that reason, even if it's not properly ceasing to exist, but what the first death is, the death of the body, just shows what death is entirely.
Yes.
Right. And yeah, and so as far as the separation aspect goes, and I don't want to drag it too long, or we can if you want, but I think I would just say there that whole idea, and this is kind of a bold claim and stuff, but it's not really. It's based on almost nothing in the text. Like the closest thing to that actually being in the text is this sort of roundabout reasoning regarding in Genesis when Adam and Eve, God tells Adam that they'll die on the day that they eat from the fruit. And then the day they eat from the fruit, they don't physically drop dead that day. And so it's reasoned, oh, well, they were kicked out of the garden, so the death must be the separation from God, right? That's the closest thing to an actual argument. And somebody disagree, but if you look at the other passages, like in the New Testament that attempt to describe it, like Ephesians 2:1, they don't spell out any of this. Like Ephesians 2:1, literally they just harp on the fact that it says the Ephesians were, you were dead in your sins.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the proof. Like they say, okay, see, it says dead, and they weren't physically corpses back then. Therefore, it means separation from God. Like, I mean, at least as far as I can tell, that literally is the argument. And that's not a sound argument at all, because you're taking this outside definition of death meaning separation from God, and you're then reading that back into the text in order to make the text make sense. And yes, we do have to come up with an explanation of what that text means. Because some aspect of it isn't going to be literal, right? They weren't literal corpses back then. So something is, but the assumption is therefore this one particular metaphor is what it means when there's nothing to indicate that that's what the metaphor is, right?
Well,
you got some looks like you got some ideas.
Well, but you're the way that you just stated what you said suggests that you're assuming it's a metaphor. That can't be assumed,
right?
Yeah,
no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, actually, I don't believe dead is a metaphor. In fact, because I believe it's proleptic. What's metaphorical is the timing and not the death part.
Gotcha.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, like,
I do think it's a metaphor, but neither one of us would want to just leave it at that. Ideally, we'd submit an argument, and we do have a few posted. Hey, James.
Yeah.
Hey.
Welcome, James.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just for people that are not aware, James, I think, is the newest member of the Rethinking Hell team. I mentioned him earlier as somebody I got to finally meet in person at that Advent Christian conference, and I'm glad you were able to join us, James.
Yeah, glad to be able to join too. I've been listening on and off, so I don't know exactly where you guys are.
That's all right.
We discussion, but
right
we probably
now
need to move on anyway.
Well, no. So I actually was going to suggest that we offer our proposed answers to those two texts that are alleged to support that death means separation from God. So, Joey, you mentioned prolepsis as one possible explanation of were dead in your trespasses and sins, and that's just the idea. The example I often give is dead man walking. Right, when you see somebody being marched to his demise and people cry out "dead man walking," they mean he's as good as dead. He's doomed to die. That's his sure fate. And I think that's a very likely understanding of what Paul means there, is that you were destined to die, not destined in the theological sense, but in the, that's the direction you were headed. And when you were made alive, that means your fate changed, right? Your destination changed from death to life. But there is also the alternative explanation that I think, although not as likely, is nevertheless plausible, and that is that dead is being used as a metaphor there. If we agree, for example, that to be dead is to be inert, inactive, right, emotionless, etc., then one could use that conceivably as a metaphor for having an inactive, lifeless, relationship with God,
And
or
I
something
think
along
that
those.
actually is the majority Calvinist view of
Hmm.
that verse, whether they will admit it or not, because of course they like to use it for this when dealing with conditionalism. But in normal use, they'll say, "See, you're like a corpse," and then they'll post memes with a skeleton saying,
Yeah.
"Hey, get up! Hey."
But see, I think they would probably dispute that it's a metaphor in that sense. They seem to treat that as the definition of dead. Whereas what we're proposing is, yes, that could be what Paul is intending, but it would be by means of a metaphor rather than an actual dictionary definition of dead, right?
Well, yeah, and yeah, and right. So the question would be, um, where can you get this definition? And it seems to me that it comes from a few passages like this,
Hmm.
where the meaning really comes from the metaphor. Just like if you look in
Yeah.
some dictionaries, you'll find sheep, and they are,
Hmm.
or wolves. Let me use wolves. Wolves are false teachers, and you'll actually see that in the dictionary. And that is not a dictionary sense of the word. But it's such a powerful metaphor that it gets used a couple of times in the Bible, and it becomes a literal definition.
Oh yeah. Well, I think
Yeah.
noteworthy about that particular one is, while it isn't the one I hold, I have no problem with it in terms of annihilation, because
Yeah.
if that is the metaphor, and it is a metaphor. I mean, people say it's not a metaphor. It's a metaphor. The Bible uses metaphors. It's okay. It's going to be all right, right?
You'll be fine.
But but with that metaphor, if that is what it's meant, that doesn't challenge annihilationism, because that's not something you can apply to hell, right?
Right.
Like we talk about the wages of sin being death and stuff, and death being what they suffer, the second death. It would make no sense to take that meaning of death, that metaphor, and apply it there. Like, God is not going to punish the wicked by making them like unable to respond to Him in repentance, by giving them the dead. Like, that doesn't make sense, right? Separation from God is at least coherent when applied to those passages, right? The idea of the punishment is separation from God. I have many
Sure.
problems with that, but it makes sense. It wouldn't make sense to apply that version of death. So if that is what is meant in those passages, okay, that shows that death is used in a metaphorical sense in that certain context,
Right.
but it cannot apply to hell. And
Right.
I actually wrote an article about that back in September. So, addressing that very thing. So
And let's say, when we say, but it cannot apply to hell, what we mean is there's literally a rule, a literal rule, that says you don't extend metaphors outside of their context. You do not copy the interpretation you put on dead in a metaphor here and move it over in some foreign context. You have to actually show that there is a metaphor in that context, not that the word has ever been used as a metaphor.
Yeah, I think
Sheep, I said sheep. So did David was he actually a priest?
right.
Because he watched his father's sheep? No, that's
Yeah.
not the point.
To put it simply, and I think the least controversially, I think what I would say is, even if that's being used as a metaphor in "you were dead in your trespasses and sins," one can't merely assume that therefore that's a plausible meaning of death when it comes to the context of hell. One has to argue that that's how that death language is being used. One can't merely illegitimately transfer that meaning from one place to another place. One has to argue for it,
Absolutely.
Dun,
And when I
dun,
talked about the
dun.
separation from God idea, of me disagreeing with it and everything, and when I say there's not, in the text, I don't mean that it's impossible that that's what that text means. Like, it could very well
Sure.
be that that's what Paul meant in Ephesians and everything. It's just, you cannot get that you're not going to read the text and see the text itself as evidence for that view, right? People will point to these passages as evidence for the separation from God view, when it's like there's literally nothing in the text that is evidence for that view. It's just, it could be what he means, but if so, we would expect to see that
Right.
elsewhere. And that's where you get into the depths of that discussion, where I argue you don't see it elsewhere, but maybe you do. But Yeah, the point is,
Yeah,
it's not like
it's not in
that.
that passage, right?
Yeah, exactly. It can be there. It's just that passage is not evidence for it.
Right.
Well, let's turn our attention then, and feel free, James, at any time to interject. But let's turn our attention then to Genesis 2:17, I think it is. On the day that you eat of the fruit, you shall surely die. I have what I take to be two plausible readings of that text, one of which I used to think was the best answer. Now I think is the second best. And now I take what I have an answer that I think is the best answer. But what do you, before I share my thoughts, what are you guys' thoughts on why on the day you eat of the fruit, you shall surely die doesn't support this idea that death means separation from God?
Well, for just to set a broad general context to this, because I don't want to say something and then be told, I'm pretty good, but I'm second best. But to set a really broad context, that verse doesn't actually say what they want it to say. It just, the best you can do is use that verse to create doubt. Well, I don't know how it could mean that, therefore it does not mean that. It's just not a great argument. It's awful to be stuck with a verse that supposedly defines your position at the very beginning of the Bible, and it doesn't actually say that. It doesn't say anything. So yeah, I would find it much more useful, and my answer, the one I will give after I find out whether I'm going to get attacked for it by a master debater, will be clarified by reading it in context and then exploring that context to see how it elaborates on it. And certainly the context says nothing about, when I said die, I meant kicked out of the garden, because it doesn't define it that way.
But let's make sure that we are recognizing the challenge for what it is, and what I mean here is that even though the text doesn't say what they want it to say, there is nevertheless a face value paradox or a face value contradiction that we have to address, which is that Adam and Eve didn't die on the day that they ate of the fruit. Right. So the argument isn't that therefore it means separation from God. I think the argument is it can't mean to cease to live in the physical sense of that word, since they didn't cease to live on that day. So it must mean some other kind of ceasing, right? And because the only other sense that they would say jumps from the text is that they are separated from God by being kicked out of the garden. Therefore, that's the best. In other words, this is an what is it? Abductive argument or inductive? Right? They're making an argument to the best explanation.
Right. Yeah. Abductive. And again, that is what I am talking about. That simply they're going by a negative implication. We don't have anything better than this, so therefore this is the best.
Exactly.
But it's actually a very weak best, because it not only does not positively explain death that way, it doesn't even say they were separated from God by being removed from the garden. It's a guess.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think when I say that this is the best verse, this is the basis of it, it's just because, like with Ephesians 2:1, they are literally pulling that definition of death out of nowhere, right? It's just being brought from outside and put in. Here, there is some attempt at that abductive argument. They're, as Chris points out, they're saying, okay, it cannot mean like literal physical death. What could it mean? There's some reasoning to it in that they're looking and saying, okay, if they didn't drop dead, what did happen? And they look and say, okay, this happened, this happened, this happened. Of these, the best one is this thing that happened, them being kicked out. There's still a level of assumption there, because nothing in the text, like William points out, actually indicates that that's what death means at all. But they're like, okay, these things happened, so this is the one that fits it the best, right? There's more of an argument there. They're at least looking and saying, okay, we know these things happened, and therefore it's going to be one of those. Now, with that in mind, one thing I point out more recently, because it didn't only occur to me somewhat recently, is they point to them being separated from God to the extent they are. I mean, it doesn't really break that down that much, but they're kicked out of the garden, right? They say, okay, that's a form of being kicked out of where God is, right? So that's what the death is. And I just point out, that's not the only thing that happened on that day. It's like, Eve's pain in pregnancy was, multiplied. And while they might say, okay, she wouldn't have felt that on that very day. Okay. But you know what they probably would have felt that very day? The Adam having to work the ground because it's cursed in order to have food. They probably had to start farming that day because they had no more food, right? So, okay, that's something that happened literally on that day. So by the same reason it's been applied here, death means having to work the cursed ground for your food for the rest of your life. That's what death means. There's basically as much reason for that as there is for the vague element of separation from God. And there's other reasons too, like to really dig in there and make it weak, but that's the first thing I'd lead with.
Well, that was all very interesting, but we still haven't even gotten to our proposed alternative understandings of the text. So before I chime in with my thoughts, what do you guys think is the right way to understand this text?
I do have a direct answer, so I'd be glad to give it. Okay, so just a brief bit of background. So what's typically said is that you can either literally deny that day. You can deny that day is literal. So maybe he died 1,000 years later, and some of the apostolic fathers did that. Or you can deny that. Well, let me just put two fingers up. Or you can deny that die is literal, and so it's spiritual death. And those are your only two choices. But I propose there's a third choice. You can deny that that this is. I'm sorry. There's another word God uses in this statement, that you shall surely die, and that word is surely. And that's in I say that God, I attribute that word to God because that is used in the majority of the translations, surely. It's not exactly that in Hebrew. But it's possible that God is denying them, or rather he is affirming that they are going to become sure to die on that day when they do that. And the reason I would parse it that way is that I think that we see that elsewhere in the Bible. In the one other case a phrase like this is used, it's when King Solomon threatens a person who attacked David. He threatens him that if you break your parole, you will surely know that you will surely die. And I believe that's in 1 Kings chapter 2. And just like what God did here, we don't see Shimei, the person who Solomon is threatening here. We don't see him die on that same day. We don't see him surely knowing on that same day. Instead, it's all left. Solomon doesn't post guards. He doesn't put a poster across the river where the parole breaking would happen so that he's educated. On the contrary, Shimei just heads on out. He makes what is probably at his age a multi-day journey there, and a multi-day stay over, and he casually comes back as though he had not a care in the world. And then Solomon calls him back in and tells him, "Did I not tell you?" And he repeats the exact same threat. And he doesn't wait for him to answer. He just said, "I told you this. Now you know." And then he tells his guardsmen, to finish the story. So
Exactly.
the point I'm trying to make is that the moment he broke his parole, it became certain that he would die. The moment Adam broke the express condition he'd been given, it became certain that he would die, even without enforcement. Now, in this case, God enforced that on the same day, but I don't think that's necessary to interpret. Solomon certainly did not.
Absolutely. That's the view I tend to hold as well. And that's a view, this isn't like the idea that it's not spiritual death is not unique to annihilationists at all. A lot of traditionalists also believe forms like that or other views, like I think what Chris might be putting as first now, we'll find out soon. They hold other views that don't take this as a spiritual death because it really isn't that obvious in the text that it was meant in that sense. There's a lot of traditionalists who hold that view, which I do as well, or alternative ones. Basically, now some might argue that really is a form of not taking on that day literally, the second choice you'd mentioned. But either way, that I think is a very good option. There may be.
I listed the usual statement that you can take one of the two words seriously, and if you parse it as having actually 3 words, you can take all 3 words seriously and just take it to negate, to deny, or rather to affirm surely.
Oh, okay, that works too. But yeah, all I say, I hold the same view that William brought up there. And hey, Darren.
Good to see you, Darren. Thanks for joining us. Can you hear us okay?
Sorry about the lights.
That's all right.
Have you been able to follow what we've been talking about the last several minutes about death and such?
Darren?
You're able to hear me there?
Sorry, hang on just a moment.
Okay.
That's okay. I can put it in the
That's
chat.
right. We'll keep going until you're ready. So
right,
so
here.
we
I'm good now.
Yeah, so
sorry.
Darren,
I had the stream running and I had everyone's in my head and I thought I was going insane for a sec.
No worries. Yeah, so we're talking right now about the belief of traditionalists that death means separation from God. And we talked about why we don't think that's a good explanation of you were dead in your trespasses and sins. And now we're explaining why we don't think that's a good explanation of on the day you eat of the fruit, you shall surely die. And William, you have offered one possible explanation consistent with our view, which is that the point of this language is not to talk about when it will happen, but rather the certainty that it will happen. And this indeed is or was the view that I held until
I told you, Chris.
but I'll say that I actually like to argue for that reading using a different on a different basis. I like to argue that the expression on the day is a expression that means when, not like literally on the very day. And the example I'll give, and I was trying to find this while we were talking, but it's not coming up for the moment. But when Moses is telling his people, if I'm remembering this correctly, before he dies, that as soon as they go into the promised land by crossing the river, they should, on the day that they cross the river, make the trek to Mount Horeb, create these 2 stone monuments and erect them, et cetera, et cetera. And as it turns out, we know they didn't do that on the very day they crossed the river, because the first thing they did when they crossed, or one of the first things they did when they crossed the river, was the whole Jericho thing. So that right off the bat is a good week. But then on top of that, just there's no conceivable way for the mixed masses of Israel to get from the River Jordan to Mount Horeb within a 24-hour period of time. It's just too far over too rocky terrain. It's miles and miles and miles, and you've got women, men, and children, and elderly, and babies, and animals, right? It's just not possible. And yet, when they get there and do that, the text says they did just as Moses had commanded. And what had Moses commanded them to do? To go do this when they crossed the Jordan, literally on the day they crossed the Jordan. So it seems by this reasoning, it seems very conceivable that this idiom on the day just means this is a sure thing that needs to happen or will happen when some precondition is met. And I still think that's a very plausible explanation, but I think there's something a little more simple and elegant and fitting in the context that I'll get to next, but in case anybody else doesn't bring it up. But does anybody else have any thoughts on other plausible readings of you on the day you eat of the fruit you shall surely die in a way that does have death meaning to physically die?
I think that you're on the right track, and one of the reasons I might say it's plausible is because traditionalists who are also part of Answers in Genesis agree with you. So when they're not talking about hell or death or in that debate, they freely admit that, it's at least part of the idea. They would say it's both. There's this idea of separation and actual death is in view. But the moment you bring up you start talking in the context of the debate about hell, they want to, it's hard for them, but people want to abandon it. So it's actually just a natural way that people read the text until they're in the debate.
Okay. Sorry, I think I might have. Was that a question, or did you end with that? With it, or were you just ending a statement?
No, that wasn't a question. That was just me. Stop talking to give you a chance to take up.
Well, so I'll offer what I have become persuaded of. Again, that reading that we just articulated is very plausible, and I once held it. But I actually think that there's a better explanation. Better for a number of reasons. And in short, and then I'll unpack it, but in short, it's that this statement, on the day you eat of the fruit, you shall surely die, this is not a prediction. This is not a prophecy that must be fulfilled in order for it to be a genuine prophecy and not a failed one. Rather, this is a threat. This is a statement of what the penalty that you will earn when you do this is this. And the interesting thing about this kind of threatened penalty, when threatened by God, let alone human beings, is that somebody could do what you say you better not do in your threat, and you may still have mitigating reasons not to carry out the punishment that you threatened, at least not immediately. And I'll give you one example. In Ezekiel 33, verses 14 to 15, Yahweh, God, says to the wicked, you shall surely die. Exactly the same, mot tamut in the Hebrew, exactly the same expression. But the very next words are, yet if he turns from his sin, he shall surely live. He shall not die. So notice you've got God here not predicting, not making a prophecy that the wicked are going to die, but rather saying that I'm telling, this is the penalty that you will earn. You're going to die if because you've done these sins. But then he says, but if you turn from your sins, you won't die. So the mitigating reason why God decides not to carry out the threatened penalty is because they turn from their sins, despite having merited the penalty. And with that in mind, come back to this passage in Genesis 2:17. God threatens them with a penalty of death. They meet the conditions that merit the penalty of death. So what does God do? He provides a substitute. He makes clothes out of animal skins, requiring the death of one or more animals. And that animal or those animals bear the penalty in the place of Adam and Eve who merited it. That seems to me what's going on here, and it's the penalty was in fact carried out on the day. It's just it was carried out upon a substitute instead of the people who merited it. That's the view that I've come to. I've done a somewhat poor job of explaining it, but that's what do you guys think of that reading? Do you think that is better, worse, equal to?
John Walton says something similar in one of his commentaries. Yeah,
I think it's very
as a threat. Yeah.
My apologies there.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, one, I think it makes sense, and two, I want to emphasize for the audience that whether Chris's view and the view me and William hold, and if there's a third or fourth alternative view that Darren or James bring up, these are independent views, and any one of them, if true, defeat the whole idea of spiritual death. So it may sound, some people will frame it as though like, oh, we can't agree, our views are jumbled, they don't make sense, that it's bad to have all these alternative views. Like, no, it's the opposite. The fact that there are multiple alternative views that make good sense is a strength, because any one of them, even if it disproves all the others, makes this work for annihilationism. That is a strength of our view and not a weakness.
Yep, it's true. I'm curious if anybody thinks there are any good reasons to doubt my proposed reading.
Not at this point.
Okay, so I'm right. Then we can move on.
Yeah,
No, I'm just kidding.
yeah.
All right.
You know what?
Well,
You know what sells it for me in the end is the end of chapter 3, where if the question is the focus of whether the focus is on separation or the focus is on actual death, it's when God gives his explanation for why. Where is it? 22.
why he kicks them
where
out of
he
the garden.
says, the whole idea is to prevent them from living forever, and it doesn't. It stops short there with respect to any kind of explanation for with respect to separating them from God. But if there is any separation, is because the intent of it is so they do not live forever, and I just don't think any traditionalist can account for that. If they want to just go for the separation, death means separation kind of track only. Yeah.
Well, especially because that tree of life reappears in Revelation, where only the saved have access to its fruit. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And eating from the fruit, even if a traditionalist is like, oh well, I mean, to live forever means to be with God forever, that just doesn't make sense, because God specifically says not only that they won't live forever, but that they won't eat from the tree to live forever. So, like, what is this, like the fellowship of God fruit or something, that you eat the fruit and you use the fellowship? No, like, it's clear he's making a distinction here, at the very least, about what kind of living's in view. Yeah, I mean, like, we've only scratched the surface, maybe we've gone past the surface, but there's many reasons why the whole separation from God thing in Genesis 2:17 doesn't work, right? You know, and like, there's a lot of them. There's several smaller points like that you get to. One I'll just point out quickly there is, even if that was what was meant, like, okay, they're kicked out, that led to their spiritual death, you know? Well, that spiritual death led to their physical death. Like, there's not like them being kicked out, as Darren brought up, was specifically to then keep them from actually, living forever. So even then, it's like, okay, fine, you're separated from God, dead, so that you'll be real dead. Like, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I'd be careful about framing it as physical death, as if Genesis itself gives warrant for dualism, in the sense that it's teaching or it has dualism in view. I think it presents death as the uncreation of the person. So if you look at how Adam is created, and you're returning to dust, I mean, there's no comment on dualism or that would support that. And I'm not saying at this point, I'm not trying to argue that later on it's dualism is not revealed in the Bible, but in Genesis' own terms, the person is dissolved, or the person is uncreated. It's not physical death leaving a person surviving in a non-physical state. So I prefer to not use that kind of terminology when it's not warranted within the for the text we're talking about. Bit pedantic, aren't I?
No, I mean, you're right. That's not in none of that dualism. You're right. Like, you've just pointed out another reason why the whole spiritual death argument from this passage doesn't work. Like, that you just made a good argument against it.
Yeah,
like, I agree.
That's what death looks like.
Yeah,
returning to dust.
Yeah, William, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah,
I muted myself. But yeah, I was feeling that's such a good point. What we see is that a lot of times in the Bible, we'll see creation being presented using one metaphor, like rising up, when the land is pulled up through the waters, it's created that represents creation. When a person sinks down, like I think this is used in Jonah, when a person sinks down, that's death or uncreation. So when we see this, man is made from dust, and we see that also in the Psalms, that each of us is made from dust in that sense, that a recapitulation of Adam's creation. And then we see that reversed, returning to dust. It's not literally referring to the body returning to dust, but rather it is unwinding creation.
Yeah.
It kind of, I think Nick would say apocalyptically. Yeah, maybe he'd pronounce it better. I don't know.
Nick just throws that word apocalyptic around like
Yeah.
it's peanut butter. It's
Yeah.
just
It just goes everywhere.
all right, let's
I could add something real quick, maybe.
sure, yeah.
So I think that's something that I haven't heard mentioned. Maybe one of you did mention it and I just missed it. But like the 70 or 80 other odd times that the word death is used in Genesis always just refers to, the loss of life, not some special
Physical
meaning.
life specifically, yeah.
Yeah. And like, yes, in Genesis 2:17, it's true that they don't die on the very day. And so therefore we have to, offer some sort of explanation for that. And the explanation we've offered a number of them,
Multiple.
but basically we all agree that it refers to Adam physically dying. And there are a number of reasons for, thinking that. But I just want to add maybe that, and there's much more that can be said about this, but historically, this is not a novel view. Like, we're not just coming up with this now. I could read something here from Irenaeus in his proof of the apostolic preaching. He said, and he laid down for him certain conditions, so that if he kept the command of God, then he would always remain as he was, that is, immortal, conditional immortality, by the way. But if he did not, he would become mortal, melting into earth, whence his frame had been taken. And the commandment was this: of every tree within the garden eating thou shalt eat, but only of the tree whence is knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in what day you eat you shall die the death. So he clearly understood the threat in Genesis 2:17 to be referring to physical death, when his physical frame would just melt back into the earth, as he says. And I don't think John Chrysostom here says that explicitly, but I think it's pretty clear that he also takes it that way, given
Good
his
old golden
explanation.
mouth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the way he puts it. He says, and he's commenting on John 3:18, just to give a little bit of background so it can make sense and we can follow his argumentation. John 3:18 says, whoever believes in him is not condemned, but whoever does not believe is condemned already. So commenting on this, he says, for as the murderer, though he be not as yet condemned by the decision of the judge, is still condemned by the nature of the thing, so is it with the unbeliever. Then he goes to Genesis as an example. He says, since Adam also died on the day that he ate of the tree, for so ran the decree, in the day that ye eat of the tree ye shall die, yet he lived. How then died he? By the decree, by the very nature of the thing, for he who has rendered himself liable to punishment is under its penalty, and if not for a while, yet actually so, yet he is by the sentence. So historically, I mean, you can find people who thought that Genesis 2:17 referred to just ordinary death, not some spiritual death or what have you. Yeah,
Yeah, good stuff. Definitely not. Our readings are definitely not novel, that's for sure, or ad hoc. Now, for people that are watching right now, I've got several questions queued up from Michael Lloyd, from Braxton Hunter at Trinity Radio, David Severin, and Skylar, who is going by Star Welters. We'll get to those, but I do want to honor the fact that some people emailed questions in beforehand. And Joey, last I heard, there was one other question that we received in advance of this stream. Do you want to read that out and we can tackle it together? Yes.
Now it's a long one, this one. So it might make sense if possible to put it on screen, just because there's actually a couple different questions. But they're all related. It's just
well, what I think might be the easiest is if I can capture the gist of each individual question within the larger email in a comment, and then I can just put it up on the screen easily, because I've been trying to figure out how to share content with all of our faces still on the screen, and I'm having trouble with that. So
I got you. Okay, so you want I can put it in as a comment then. Just take me a moment.
But I worry that there'll be too much text. Go ahead, Darren.
While you do that, I might fix my lighting. It's driving me nuts. I'll just turn my cam off.
That's good.
Yeah, I've got to reverse what's happening here. All right, I'll turn my cam off and I'll come back. I'm still listening.
No worries.
No worries. I had a ton of camera issues at the start, so you're good there. So, of course, I might have misunderstood what you're asking for then. Are you asking me to put it as a comment into the live chat?
No. So I'm saying, I don't know if you noticed this when you read the first question that we got in advance, but I tried to capture the gist of it in a comment that I posted as Rethinking Hell, and then I was able to put it up on the screen. So here's what I propose you do. Read out the email, and as you're doing so, I'll try to capture the gist of each individual question that is represented by that larger email, and we can put those up on the screen one by one and discuss them.
Okay. Yeah, I'll pull that up right now.
And then, like I said, those of you who have questions in the chat, Michael Lloyd, Trinity Radio, David Severin, and Star Welters, or Skylar, we'll get to you.
Oh, yeah. No, exactly. Yes.
Any day now.
Just want to make sure it's like I want to make sure that the paragraph breaks so it's easy to read. Okay, let's get to this one. All right. Starts with a nice warm greeting. We don't have to read that one on stage, but he's a very nice guy. He's Kevin. He's a friend of the ministry. So it begins with, whenever I discuss hell with traditionalists, they always claim that CI was a minority view among the church fathers and ECT was the majority view. Everyone seems to agree that ECT was the majority view at or around the time of Augustine. Is this confirmed? Were there any known dissenters? If so, were they considered outside of the Orthodox faith? So the first part of that question is basically, is there confirmation that by the time of Augustine, eternal torment was the norm? And if so, were people kicked out of the church? Was there dissent, etc.?
Okay.
I can discuss that a little if you want.
Okay, sure. Should we start on that, or should I read the rest of it first? I guess.
Yeah, let's read the whole thing so that we have the whole context. I've captured 2 distinct questions so far in the comments.
Okay, perfect. Next, I also heard RH say that most early church fathers only used biblical terminology and did not make their view explicit, but some were more explicit. Which early church fathers were CI, which were ECT, and which were Universalists? Can we determine what majority view was and when? How about among the apostolic church fathers? How about the 3rd century? How about the 4th century? So
Sure.
Here he's asking, in the early church, who was annihilationist, who was traditionalist, who was universalist, presumably implied, who can we not really be sure of, and kind of ask for like a breakdown of the earliest, 3rd century, 4th century.
Okay. Was that the whole thing?
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad.
I'm not going to dive too deep into it because it would take hours, but this is good stuff. I'm liking it.
Right. I'm glad we read that whole letter, because just jumping right in with Augustine would, I think, be in the wrong order.
Yeah, because it all kind of comes together, right? Augustine, because he's like end of the 4th into the 5th century. So yeah, there's a little bit more here. The Apostles' Creed, the Nicene Creed, and the Chalcedonian Creed do not specify a view of hell. Can we assume then that the authors accepted the variety of views of hell as orthodox? He then goes on to say, well, I guess we could go stop with that part. So basically, because the Apostles' Creed, the Nicene Creed, and the Chalcedonian Creed don't specify a view of hell, he's just asking, does that mean all 3 views were acceptable? And then lastly, he says, the Athanasian Creed states, those who have done good will enter eternal life, and those who have done evil will enter eternal fire. When the Athanasian Creed uses this language, I know it's still consistent with CI, but should we assume the authors meant ECT because of its late date? And then he thanks us for considering these questions. And he's welcome.
All right. Well, so let me capture, or let me read the 6 distinct questions that I think I captured. First, was conditionalism a minority view among the church fathers and eternal torment the majority? Then, was eternal torment the norm by Augustine's time, and if so, were detractors condemned? Third, who were the conditionalists, universalists, and eternal torment believers among the church fathers? Fourth, did church fathers use the language of Scripture alone when talking about hell, or did they use language of their own making? And what are the implications of the answers to those questions? Did the ecumenical ecumenical creeds, not counting the Athanasian Creed, although I don't know that that technically counts as one of the ecumenical creeds, did they capture any particular view of hell as orthodox and or condemn others as not? And then finally, what about the Athanasian Creed? Its everlasting fire expression is ambiguous on its face, but was it written by people who believed in eternal torment, and therefore should we assume that's what they believed them to mean? So let's go through those. William, I know you were the first person to seem to want to speak up. Which of those questions did you want to speak to?
Oh shoot. Well, I kind of feel like it might help to give a big picture.
Okay.
Just sweep through the ages and kind of discuss how we think the development of doctrine flowed. What do you think of that? Yeah,
I mean, I think that'd be a good starting point. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, and Chris, I know that you've done more in-depth study of more authors than I have done. But I've also done a broad study in preparing to discuss Irenaeus, whom I've studied in great depth. And hopefully someday I will publish something. But, I've been saying that for literally years now. So on the day I release that, ... So, all right. So what we think we have uncovered, and for details on this, please take a look at Chris Date's playlist for Rethinking Hell. Take a quick look if you want a table of contents, apart from the very nice one YouTube gives, looking at church fathers. You can also look at the recent episode. I think it was the 100th episode of Rethinking Hell Live, where we give a table of contents and we discuss them. And you'll see that he's presenting each author in their own context and discussing why we think that they are conditionalists or what arguments they present against it. With that said, we believe that the church seems to have taught conditional immortality all the way into the Greek fathers. And those are the ones that are typically called apostolic fathers, church fathers. And it seems to be a consistent position until about 200, which was the end of the 2nd century, the beginning of the 3rd. In fact, it seems to be the only position until, well, the exact date depends on how you break things down. Irenaeus expressed it most strongly, and he probably finished publishing his Against Heresies at about, I don't know, 170, 180. But at about that time, we also start seeing very clear eternal torment. And there's a strong possibility that Justin Martyr was also believed in eternal torment. That's still something I need to read. He wrote so much, and he's notorious for contradicting himself. That's not an excuse. If we still need to study him. Or I hope it's not an excuse.
Was it Edward Fudge who said of him that he's like a traditionalist Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a conditionalist on Tuesday, Thursday? I know I've heard that before about Justin.
I've repeated that because he told me that in person, like in a personal conversation. I don't know that he's written that anywhere.
Okay.
It's kind of a famous statement that I think was said about old Earth, young Earth, back about a century ago. But yes, you're right. That's been used of those, and again, we'd have to study it to see if there's a consistent position he's espousing, and well, a different question. So at any rate, it is clear to me that the Latin Church kind of has the edge eternal torment, or rather, I should say, on defending it. Because whether we're right or not that the church originally believed conditional immortality, it is objectively true that the Latin Church produced the defenses of it. And at around about 170, you have 2 or 3 authors out of maybe 20 that are teaching eternal torment. So definitely and then in the 200s, you have Origen writing, and he seems to have been the origin of
I saw what you
universalism.
did there.
His name actually means son of Horus, by the way, the Greek god, but he and his father were both good Christians, and in his time, he was legendary as a Christian educator. He picked up where where Justin Martyr and other philosophers dropped off, but unlike them, he tied this philosophical teaching into the church, and he had support from his bishop, which is a unique new thing that that they did at that time. The result was that his the bisphoric he taught at became legendary and would become a much greater force later. Origen himself became an object of controversy about 100 years later. It became clear that some of his speculations were strangely, weirdly Platonic and even Gnostic. It's not clear that he actually taught or believed them, and there's a real problem because some of his supporters edited his books, and we don't know how much they removed because we don't have the original materials. Anyway, during this time and up until the council, most of the dispute was on this Platonism. So his universalism, which was also clear and was actually adopted by a lot of the Greek Orthodox fathers, his universalism was not so much an object of controversy. Clearly, I'm sorry, the Latin Church Father, probably the most famous one, Saint Augustine. Saint Augustine, Saint Augustine, Augustine. But he disagreed with him on that, and I think that's what he wrote about most of the time. In the end, Origen was condemned around the Fifth Ecumenical Council. That was adopted into the church's records. The Sixth Ecumenical Council agreed with the Fifth Ecumenical Council in condemning Origen, and the Seventh Ecumenical Council and also the Pseudo Council that was held just before it both condemned universalism expressly as being anathema. Something that would cause you to be unsaved. Prior to that, it was a subject of dispute. Some teachers held that it was dangerous and to be suppressed, but most seemed to ignore it. Now, you'll notice what's missing is conditional immortality. I haven't mentioned it since the 200s. And I don't have a reason for that. I do not know, but conditional immortality seems to have vanished off the stage. It's quite possible. Well, and to be fair, I could identify a couple who taught it. Arnobius,
Yes.
am I thinking of the right one?
Mhm.
Arnobius taught conditional immortality. He was off in a African corner of the church. He was of the impression that he was teaching what he had been taught. And he's very clear about it. So that's a very interesting fact. Saint Aphrahat in Syria was not in a random corner of the church, although he was out of the range of the usual Greek teachers. And he certainly, the people around him read the Syriac and the Peshitta. Syrian translations of the Bible. But he was, I believe, a conditionalist. I think there's very good reason to think so. And he certainly believed some things that the Latin and Greek church did not believe, that touch on conditional immortality, like soul sleep. With that said, so conditionalism, what I am saying is that it faded into the background. I personally suspect that it's like, as we experience now, a lot of people effectively believe in conditional immortality without really thinking about it. Now, of course, the people who actually think about it adopt what's called the traditional view, which is eternal torment. Unless they actually study the Bible.
Okay,
I'll just leave that hanging there.
So I think, to sum up the way you've characterized it, I think you're saying that we would say that the first church fathers appear to have been largely, if not exclusively, conditionalist. At the very tail end of the 2nd century, you have its contenders, universalism and eternal torment, appearing on the scene, and then causing conditionalism, or at least around the same time, conditionalism begins to fade into the background for the most part, and universalism becomes condemned by at least one council, which, by the way, even that is a little bit dubious, I think, although that's a whole other conversation.
When the 7th council condemned it, it was very... you're right that the 5th council, there's room for doubt about whether they personally condemned it.
Okay.
But
So,
the rest of the church,
universalism becomes condemned, while conditionalism sort of fades into the background, and eternal torment becomes the dominant view, at least by the time of Augustine. Did I capture some up? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of details you offered, but that's sort of in a nutshell how we see the history developing. But we haven't talked about why, and we haven't necessarily answered all those individual questions that were packed into that email. Right. But let's take this first one. So, was conditionalism a minority view among the church fathers and eternal torment the majority? I think that we would say it started out the majority, if not what everybody believed, and then it became the minority view.
Right.
Was eternal torment the norm, the dominant view by Augustine's time? And if so, were detractors condemned? Now, I answer this question by saying yes. It seems to me as if by Augustine's time, or at least as a result of Augustine, eternal torment becomes the dominant view. But what's interesting to me is that it doesn't seem to me as if all, at least, of eternal torment's detractors are condemned. Universalism would eventually be, it sounds like. But none of the ecumenical creeds, and we'll talk about that in a second, seem to capture any one particular view of hell over another as orthodox. And even Augustine himself doesn't write about his detractors here as if they're heretics. He says they're foolish. Right? He calls people foolish who deny the doctrine of eternal torment, but he doesn't call them heretics. Right. So I would argue my answer, and I'll ask you what you guys think. My answer to this question is, yes, eternal torment seems to be the norm, or become the norm around the time of Augustine. But no, it seems as if, at least for another while, detractors were not condemned, or at the very least, conditionalists weren't condemned.
That's
but do
correct.
Any of you, okay.
I would agree. Augustine, although he was arguing against it, he said not just negative things like they're foolish, but he also praised some specific people's charity in Christianity.
Right, yeah. It wasn't just that he said that they were foolish. He had good things to say about them, too. Yeah.
He also said there were a lot of them at his time. Yeah. Like, I think Augustine seems to kind of bring about this sort of turning point where kind of at that point, the sort of formalized the fathers and everything, that was where there was a lot of traditionalists, and that had become the main view high level. We do see among Augustine, probably, I think in the broader quote you guys are referencing in I'm going to mangle the name, the Enchiridion?
Enchiridion, probably.
Enchiridion. Because he makes this claim that, as he puts it, indeed, very many deny what he calls eternal punishment. Now, he doesn't specify if that means these are all universalists or if these are universalists and conditionalists, but either way, right, it seems that there was at least a lot of lay people at that time who were universalists still. It seems like he and those around that same time were kind of the force to sort of stamp that out. Now, that was that was probably about 150 years, right, before the Fifth Ecumenical Council maybe or maybe not condemn universalism. So that would kind of make sense, right? If there's that sort of time period where this big shift had kind of hit its stride by Augustine's time, and then over the next, 100 years or so, really just kind of stamped it out to the point where, if not an actual council, at least a, corruption of a council by an emperor would say, hey, you can't believe in universalism at all, right? St. Jerome also said similar things. In fact, I can pull it up here because we got an article from 2017 about this, about the early church broadly. But one of the things that comes up is Augustine and Jerome talking about, hey, there were a lot of universalists in our time. Because it looks like St. Jerome said that in his commentary on Jonah in chapter 3. He basically describes there were a lot of universalists at the time who took the whole Jonah story as sort of an analogy of the salvation of everyone, including the devil. So these things were definitely around during that time, but I don't know of any conditionalist fathers by that point in time. And as far as universalist ones, I don't know either. I will just say, I haven't read that massive book by Ilaria Ramelli, the one that made all these waves maybe 4 or 5 years ago, because it cost like $300. I have seen some interviews with her on like Robin Perry's YouTube channel, and a couple others have made claims that I haven't been able to dig into, that there were, especially in the Eastern Church, considerably more Universalist fathers around this time, but I cannot verify that because I haven't really dug into that. I will say I wouldn't be totally shocked, just because we did see Origen, most notably, Gregory of Nyssa. This would have been like, 3rd century. And interestingly, because I know William brought up the Syriac church with Aphrahat, at the very least, I think it's hard to deny that St. Isaac of Nineveh, who was part of that Syriac tradition, he was from the 8th century, but he almost certainly was a Universalist. Basically, you read his words on it, it's hard to deny. And then people who try to argue he isn't don't really make an argument. They're just like, well, of course he's not. He's a saint. People are taking him out of context. It's like, how? And crickets, right? So I think it pops up every now and then. But definitely, I do agree that around the 5th century with Augustine, you're going to see a very big shift compared to what happened before.
Well, let's talk a few names. I mean, beyond the names we've already mentioned. I'll offer my thoughts on this question, give some names of some of the people who held the different views. And here I'm going by that playlist that William mentioned, the Conditionalists in History. I've been doing episodes when I've become convinced that a church father held to conditionalism, and the people that I've offered there include Ignatius of Antioch, writing around the turn of the 1st century, Clement of Rome, writing around the turn of the 1st century, so around 180. The Epistle of Barnabas, written maybe a little shortly before them, maybe a little shortly after. Same thing with the Didache, I believe. The second Clement, actually, who is not Clement of Rome and who is sometimes alleged to be a Universalist. I actually argue in this episode of that playlist that he too was a conditionalist. And then I talk about the Psalms and Odes of Solomon. The Psalms of Solomon are Jewish psalms not in scripture that precede the time of Christ, and the Odes of Solomon I think are believed to have post-dated Christ, but they appear to reflect belief in conditionalism. And then the last name on the list so far in this series is Polycarp, who would have been actually maybe the earliest of all of these that we've mentioned, right? He was a disciple of John, is it? Yeah, John, Polycarp to Irenaeus. And I base that in that playlist. If you watch those episodes, I base that on their writings. I look into the actual original language with which they wrote, and I look at how they use the same language elsewhere in their writings and stuff to make the case that I do. So these are, and then of course, I guess I haven't even done an episode yet on Irenaeus. He's in the 2nd century. Justin Martyr is a name where I'm not sure what he believed. He seemed to be somewhat inconsistent, or he may have been saying different things to different people strategically. We could talk about that if anybody wants to talk about Justin Martyr specifically in a moment. But just to finish my answer to the question, those are the names. And then, yes, we got Arnobius of Sicca, writing around 300 AD. So those are the names that I, at least at this point, have become convinced were conditionalist, not counting Justin Martyr, which is a big question mark in my mind. And then to the universalists, you've got names that Joey just mentioned, I think, and that William mentioned as well. Clement of Alexandria and Origen of Alexandria, writing in the latter half of the 2nd century, appear to have been universalists. Gregory of Nyssa later on. We've discussed them. Eternal torment, by my estimation, appears most clearly on the scene with Athenagoras of Athens and Tatian of Adia Bene, writing in the latter half of the 2nd century, 175 or so AD. But then you find an increasing number and eventual preponderance of names who teach eternal torment, including Augustine and several other church fathers. So those are the names that come to my mind, and I think those names fit the trajectory that William laid out. The annihilationist or conditionalist church fathers all seem really densely populated in the 1st, 2nd, and maybe very early 3rd centuries, with some holdouts a little bit later. But moving from the end of the 2nd into the 3rd centuries and beyond, universalism and eternal torment pop up and begin to be the most popular views, with eternal torment eventually taking over completely. Any thoughts on any additional names anybody wants to discuss, or anything they want to add to that?
I think it's broadly speaking, and I guess it's going to kind of touch on one of the other little questions that makes sense, because I know one of the questions that Kevin here had asked was about, at times we've said how early church fathers, a lot of them just use biblical terms without explanation. And I do believe that's true. I think it's one of those things, the reason we don't tend to bring all of them up is just out of caution, right? Like, because, if all they say is death and destruction, like, see, that's annihilation. But then elsewhere, they or others say eternal fire and eternal punishment, and others like, hey, see, it's not so much that we think that's actually an even playing field. Like, I mean, I genuinely think that a large number of these fathers who just say biblical terms without explanation, like, they are using them in the normal ways you'd expect, which would be annihilation, right? Like, I don't think they're actually being neutral when we look at death and destruction. It's more just like we want to focus on those who expand and make it clear beyond just the terminology, kind of as a to make the arguments more convincing. That's where people like Justin Martyr are so confusing, because it's not as though he's just saying death on one hand and like eternal fire on the other. He like goes into depth about immortality and like definitely living forever on one side, and he'll be like, oh, and by the way, the other people, they have eternal sensibilities, I think is the term he used, in hell, and they're always in pain. It's like, that's why he's so challenging, because I mean, he might have just changed his mind at some point. That's always possible, but like, that's why with him, it's like, it's not just he uses vague terminology, it's he uses not vague terminology that it contradicts itself, at least as far as we can tell. So that's my broad point there.
Yeah.
One other thing I'll say, and before we move on, if any of you have any other thoughts on this whole topic of the church fathers, the one other thing I'll say is I said a few minutes ago that in everything that we've just discussed, we haven't addressed the why. We've just discussed the what we think happened. So as to the why, my thinking, I hold this with a very open hand. My thinking is that the earliest church fathers who appear to have been conditionalists, these are people who were, in some cases, maybe actually I might not know this. I was going to say in some cases let me put it this way. They seem to have been people who were raised in the church or discipled by apostles, Polycarp by John, Irenaeus by Polycarp. These are people who have a very intimate, close connection with the church of the first century by virtue of having been raised in Christian families, by virtue of being trained by apostles, etc. But what you get, what I think you start to see happen with the likes of the Universalists and believers in eternal torment that appear on the scene in the latter half of the 2nd century, here I think you're talking largely about converts to Christianity from pagan backgrounds, including Platonism and Manichaeism. And I think that their worldview baggage that they brought with them from their former worldviews into their new one colored how they read the biblical data, and they misread that biblical data as a result of wearing what I've at times called lenses, right? They're reading the biblical data through this worldview baggage that they've brought with them. And they also happen to be very astute, intelligent people, philosophers, logicians, things like that. And I think they persuaded a lot of people. Or many of the people by their times were also converts to Christianity from pagan backgrounds and probably read things through those lenses as well. So I think that's what's going on. The close connection of the earliest church fathers to the apostles and the faith of the apostolic churches made them conditionalist, and then you get converts from pagan backgrounds into the church, and their pagan backgrounds color how they read the biblical data. That's what explains, I think, the rise of conditionalism's alternatives. And then you've got the heavyweight that is Augustine putting his stamp of approval on one of those views, and I think that's what caused it to ultimately dominate. But I'm curious, do you guys have any alternative explanations or additional ones? Yeah, chime in, feel free.
Sure, I do. One interesting thing about Justin Martyr is that he uses a particular phrase very often, and that is that God will endow their members with sensibility forever. Or some variant of forever, eternal sensibility. But he uses that phrase a lot, and it appears in these contexts, it appears close to Isaiah 66:24
in Judith,
with corpses replaced with members.
Oh.
And digging around, I find that's it's actually a possible translation, but it's also paraphrased more than that in a way that reminds me of a possible phase that the Targum might have gone through. Now, let me explain a bit. The early church was a branch of Judaism. It was the true branch of Judaism, sprung from the branch of Jesse, who is Jesus. As such, the church kept in touch with the temple priests and attempted to follow their directions to some extent. For example, their directions on when the Passover would be celebrated was when we would celebrate Pascha, the Easter, which in English only is called Easter. Everywhere else it's called Pascha, or the Passover. And because that does not occur on a set date, it's an astronomical calculation. We had to ask the priests when it would happen, and we would take that from them. As the Greek tradition grew further apart, and there's Chris's observations here are very important, that we brought in more and more foreign philosophy, but we also fell away from the Jewish traditions, to the extent that by the time of Justin Martyr, essentially nobody quoted from the Targums, which actually were being written down at that time. So the Targums are this Aramaic commentary on the Old Testament. It's very close to a translation, but it does a lot of commentary that's baked into the translation. It would have a few words from the Hebrew copied directly into Aramaic, and then it would expand on them, and then a few more words directly from the Aramaic. The Bible actually quotes from that in a few places. Jesus seems to have, when in Mark 9, and Revelation mentions the second death. So what it looks like might have happened at that time is that the Jews went through a time of national trauma between 70 AD, when the temple was destroyed in the first invasion of Rome, or in the first Roman sack of Jerusalem, and AD 130, when there was an utter desolation of all of Judea and the former northern kingdom, Samaria, and the whole place was replaced by a new administrative department called Palestine. You know, the Romans named it Palestine, and they exiled everyone that had anything to do with Judaism. During that time, between those two disasters, Judaism developed a new stringency, a new strictness. And it appears that we can trace back a lot of the talk of eternal torment to that time. Prior to that, there is mention of it, and you can read Fudge's book to see where we see talk about eternal torment, but it is not it's not dwelled on. It might be symbolic. We'll talk about that on later episodes, but it really looks like Justin Martyr is quoting from some Jewish commentaries on that, especially because he really leans on that in his dialogue with Trypho. And it looks like he's assuming Trypho believes that, and he's actually not talking about Christianity, but about what the Jews believe. Now, that's not the case with his first apology. His first apology is quotes from that, just tosses off a quote and keeps going. So it's something we have to study, how he's getting into that. But my thought then, in conclusion, sorry, is that Christianity actually got that by trying to reach out again to Judaism, which is what Justin Martyr did, and try to import their newer doctrines in without realizing that they were newer doctrines. As you know, it's very common for people who don't know Judaism to go out and study modern Judaism and say that, well, the Jews believe that Gehenna was a flaming garbage heap. When that is absolutely anachronistic. It was never held by any of the ancients, not until the year one, after 1200, I think. But it's just another example that you reach out to the tradition that you can reach out to. You talk to the people who are living and can discuss with you, and you don't even realize that you're learning an anachronism, things that were not present in the ancient time.
Well,
and specifically because of that suffering that the Jews went through, that made them emphasize that. Now, the Jews then moved past that through many layers of more development. The Targums that we have now have no record of the quote that Justin Martyr gave, but we know they went through development.
Well, and it seems to me it's possible that it may not merely be an anachronism on Justin Martyr's part, but it's also possible that his source didn't mean it in the way that Justin Martyr thought it was meant. right? So maybe the language he's quoting, which, as you say, no longer appears in our copies of the Targums or whatever, it may be that language was never meant to communicate eternal torment to begin with, and Justin Martyr is repeating it thinking it does or something, right? I mean, there's some possibilities there worth exploring that still leave it unclear in my mind what Justin Martyr believed. I don't think we can confidently say he believed in eternal torment, though. I think it's an open question.
It certainly is open. It's open to us that we have not studied it.
Yeah,
I can maybe add something.
Sure.
Unless you want to change the topic.
No, let's have one more set of thoughts from you, and then we'll move on to live questions.
Okay, sure. So what I'm about to say isn't an answer to any specific question that he asked, but sort of a mishmash of everything. I think you mentioned this earlier, Chris, that Augustine's flavor of eternal torment was that the wicked would rise bodily and be, bodily immortal and suffer forever.
Well, not just his
state.
That's the doctrine of eternal torment. Seems he was just one among many, right?
Right. Yeah. And I was about to mention, there's another quote that I can bring up. This is a lesser known quote from Hilary of Poitiers in his commentary on Matthew. He says, let me pull it up here. He says, thus there will be given no rest to the pagans. Instead, their bodies are destined to suffer eternally because their punishment of eternal fire will be physical. And he goes on to say, pagans are given a body destined for eternity in order to suffer the fire of judgment. So this flavor of the traditional view, or what we now call the traditional view, was, alive and present in that day, obviously, and was probably, I think it's probably fair to say, was the view of eternal torment of the day. Now, some food for thought. There's what I think is an early Christian tradition that we find in Clement of Rome, Ignatius of Antioch, Polycarp, and Irenaeus, that the wicked would not rise. And that, we can cash out what that means exactly. But I think that one thing it pretty obviously can't mean is that the wicked will rise immortal. I think that eliminates that idea. And so however this view came about, that the wicked were going to be immortal and suffer forever in torment, I think this early tradition very clearly casts doubt on that notion. We often sort of focus on two prongs when it comes to the conditionalist case. We point out that immortality and everlasting life are reserved for the righteous, and we point out that the texts that refer to the punishment are often, they mention death and destruction. Those are kind of the two prongs, I guess. But I think that this other prong is one that we can also focus on more, the denial of resurrection for the wicked. And now I might as well just say something on that, because I know it's going to get people wondering. So when I say that they denied that the wicked would rise, I don't think they denied that the wicked would rise to judgment, period. I think that what they mean specifically is that they would not rise and remain risen, that they wouldn't rise indefinitely and forever remain in that state. And in fact, we see this in Scripture. Jesus in John 5:28-29, right? He speaks of the resurrection of the just and the unjust, the resurrection of life and the resurrection of judgment. But elsewhere, Jesus speaks of people being worthy to attain the resurrection in Luke 20, as if there are people who are not worthy and just won't rise. Same thing with Paul, right? In Acts 24:15, where he contrasts the resurrection of the just and the unjust. And then you've got Paul again in Philippians 3, who speaks of striving, as strongly as he can to be able to attain to the resurrection, as if Paul could not rise. Now, obviously, I don't think either of these people are contradicting themselves. I think they both think, well, Jesus and Paul, that, yeah, the wicked will rise, but they won't rise forever. Which is why you see people like Irenaeus contrasting the fates of the wicked and the righteous as destruction on one hand versus resurrection on the other. Even though Irenaeus in an earlier section does affirm that all flesh will rise and the wicked will rise to judgment, in this other place, he contrasts resurrection with destruction, as if you don't get both if you're the wicked. So yeah, that's just something to chew
That's
on.
really good. And to give viewers an analogy, imperfect as it is, as all analogies are, think about somebody who's in jail, right? Or they're in jail awaiting trial, and or you've got multiple people in jail awaiting trial, and they're told, if you're guilty, you're never going to get out of jail. Okay, but if you're innocent, you'll be let out of jail. Okay, now in one sense, that's very true. Both those who are guilty and those who are innocent in jail awaiting trial will come out of jail briefly, right, to be tried, to face trial. So they come out of jail, but those who are found guilty get sent back to jail, right? So they're not let out of jail. They're just briefly taken out of it to be tried and then returned to it upon being found guilty, whereas those who are innocent, they do escape jail. They do get out of jail. So this is just, I think, an analogy that shows that this isn't a difficult concept to understand. We can speak about somebody being denied resurrection even if they come out of the ground briefly, but then are put back into the ground. So I think that's good. Well, look, we've been spending a long time on the Church Fathers. Unless anybody has a real strong itch they want to scratch on the Church Fathers, I think it behooves us to move on. And I want to talk about some comments earlier and a question from Dean Wall. So back when we were talking about the culture of death and how conditionalism may lead to, or has a potential to lead to, a higher valuing of human life, Dean Wall commented saying, I've been a conditionalist for more than 40 years, but I'm very strongly against the anti-abortion position. Now, I'm slightly rewording what he said because I think it reflects what he's saying. And as evidence that I think that I got that right, he goes on to ask us, could you explain how the conditionalist viewpoint leans to being pro-life? So he's saying he heard us say conditionalism tends to support a pro-life view that most evangelicals have and their opposition to abortion. And Dean's saying, well, I'm a conditionalist and have been for a long time, and I'm very strongly opposed to the anti-abortion movement. So I certainly have some thoughts on this, but does anybody want to take a stab at this? How does conditionalism tend to lean a person toward a pro-life view?
Well, one thing I wanted to say about this, I'd actually like to say after we answer the question, because I wanted to discuss how we can justify calling ourselves pro-life when we are arguing that death is a reasonable thing for God to do. But I think that's not a direct answer to his question. I just wanted to kind of picture a universalist asking that question, knowing that, of course, he is not a universalist. But let's answer it first in the terms it was asked.
Okay.
So the thought I'd like to make is that God sees our condemnation to death as a terrible thing. It is not the best thing in the world that we should die. God doesn't want us to die. So that's the first thing we have to say. We are not advocating annihilate. We're not greedily waiting for the annihilation of our enemies. We want them to repent and live. So I'll branch off from that much later when I address universalism. But for now, the fact that God values life is why he is offering this gift of life. And at that point, I'd like others to address the how it is that it leads to being pro-life, to being anti-abortion.
Well, I mean, I'll pick that up and answer. And this is the way I put it in that cultural CPR. I think I did it there. I might have said it somewhere else. But anyway, here's my argument. On the doctrine of eternal torment, life, like as we normally mean it, embodied life, is either a blessing or a curse, right? You either get life in God's glorious presence, or you get, and that's a blessing, or you get cursed with life forever in abject misery of however that's cashed out, physical, spiritual, both, whatever. So life isn't innately valuable. It's not innately good, worthwhile. It is conditionally worthwhile, right? It's conditionally a good thing. It's either good if you're experiencing the fullness of life as God intends it, or it's bad if you're experiencing the worst imaginable kind of life or anything approximating that. On that view, being pro-life isn't as there's still reasons to be pro-life even if you hold to that view. You might think that even if life is either a blessing or a curse, it's still the case that one is obligated not to take a life unjustly, which is what abortion is. You could still make those arguments, but what you can't do is say that what you're doing is you're ending something that's innately good without justification, right? Or put it another way, you can't consistently be experience revulsion at the idea of ending a life because there's nothing innately valuable about a human life. Whereas on conditionalism, life is just a blessing. It is just a gift. Even if somebody's alive, but they are experiencing a very negative quality of life, it is still a good life. It is still good by virtue of being life. It's worthwhile. It's valuable. And so when you end the life of the unborn, what you were doing is not merely practicing injustice, right? You're unjustly taking a person's life, but you are also ending unjustly something that is innately good and valuable and worthwhile and precious and has dignity and so forth. Because life on conditionalism is a blessing, it is a gift, period, even if it's experienced in poverty of goodness, in poverty of experience. And so that's why I think conditionalism does lend itself to being pro-life, is because if you're a conditionalist, you believe that life is a gift, period. And even if you are experiencing something negative, pain, sickness, whatever, you still have this glorious blessing and gift that is life itself. And to end that without justification is therefore a horrible tragedy. And I don't think you can get to that same degree of opposition to abortion if you see life as being either a blessing or a curse. So that's my answer. Does anybody want to add anything to that? Okay.
I might.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't typically get into that kind of debate with abortion because it's heated. Same with creationism.
Oh, yeah.
But in terms of, through the lens of conditionalism, I think that I could make a comment. So if we remember that we already accept the idea that a court or a government can punish people in a way that we would not accept from our citizens of the countries we live in. I think we can look at this in a rational way. So by that I mean a government, we accept if someone has erred in some way, stolen someone's property, done drugs, or something like, we can punish them. But if I were just to put someone in prison or imprison them without having gone through the normal procedures for trying someone, arresting them, there's a whole lot of rules that go around that. I would probably myself be liable to be charged and go to court and be sentenced. So there's this difference between what an authority is invested, the kind of power that an authority is invested to do when there's a crime or when there's someone's done something that warrants it, as opposed to what we can do to people just willy-nilly without justification. Now, why I say that is because I think when it comes to murder, we already accept this idea that governments have in the past, and it's in the Bible, have put people to death, right, as a punishment, and we see that as just generally. Understanding that over the last few centuries, that has been questioned because it's such a permanent action that if you're wrong, you can't undo it. But there are circumstances where even people who are opponents of capital punishment will wish they could inflict that on people. So a few, or maybe nearly 2 decades, decade ago, maybe a bit more, I think it was in Bali, there was this massive bombing that hundreds, maybe 160, 170 Australians lost their lives or something like that. It was horrific. And there were politicians who wished we could. We don't have capital punishment here in Australia, but they wish that was available because the gravity of the crime seemed to warrant it. So what I'm saying is I think that capital punishment is still viewed in a lot of contexts as a justified punishment if under the right circumstances in a juridical context. But it's not something that I can just go and do. I can't just go and kill someone without consequences. Now, the problem with murdering someone is you're depriving them of a life like mine. So this is the conditionalist bit, is that it's not just the fact that someone's destroyed. So I'm talking about the theology of hell or the final fate of the lost. Conditionalism has to do with some people being who meet the conditions for obtaining eternal life, so by faith or whatever, are given and granted eternal life, but others are deprived of a life like that, right? So it's not just the fact that they're destroyed, it's the fact that when they're killed, it is so they do not obtain that life. Now, if I take now that would be in that class of proper, a juridical context where you've got the great throne, you've been resurrected in order to be tried for or found guilty, and then the proper process is followed through. Then you're sentenced, and the punishment is carried out. But if you take it out of that context, and you deprive someone of a life like mine out of that context, out of that juridical context, then you are unjustly depriving them of life. Now, that's my filter for understanding the abortion issue and why I'm pro-life, is because I think, doesn't matter how developed the unborn child is, we're depriving that person of a life like mine. And for me, because conditionalism thrusts so much emphasis on the value of life, then when I think of issues like abortion, I can't but help think that life is valuable. And so to deprive that potential person, however you want to think of it, or that unborn baby, of a life like mine, to me is too much to get over. So that's my conditionalist lens and how I look at it, and why I haven't shifted from a pro-life position since being a conditionalist. Yeah. I hope that's clear.
All right, shall we move on, or does anybody want to add anything more?
I did want to bring up a tangentially related statement, kind of, although my statements, as always, will extend for a bit. So you can imagine, you can picture a universalist asking this question, and there's also a branch of eternal torment theory under which, and this is called, there's two, Augustinian and Athanasian theory, hold that eternal torment is the substitute for execution, for annihilation. Athanasius actually developed the theory, and modern Augustinians have kind of adopted it. That when Christ atoned for us, he saved everyone from annihilation. And then that just had the unfortunate side effect of leaving the wicked unable to, they're sinful, so they're unable to stand God's presence, which is everywhere. And you'll also see that's the Athanasian view is the modern Eastern Orthodox view. So now why isn't that even more pro-life? And the answer is exactly in the distinction, the nuance Chris just gave, that there is a difference, that when we look in the Bible, we see what God values, and he values life, but it is not the only value God has. There are other things that are vital. He values life, he values comfort, he values prosperity, but he also values justice. Chris emphasized the point about justice. There are Christian traditions that say God values free will. There are Christian traditions that say God values demonstrating justice. In either case, we see that we are not in the perfect state now. So although God does value benefiting us with this perfect state that we're talking about, there is a good reason why we're not in that perfect state now. Either way, even universalists have to admit, well, they have to say, yeah, God values life, but doesn't give it immediately. And annihilationists, conditionalists like ourselves would say, well, he values life, but that is offered and not demanded. And to some extent, we don't have to answer why. Each of us have our own answer. Why? And they're going to be hopefully biblical answers, because God has given a lot of reasons why he doesn't do that for everyone right now.
Okay. Very good. Anybody else? All right. Well, let's move on then to Michael Lloyd's question. It's not so much a question, but a statement that will be worthy of our discussion. Yeah. Why is it that John sees a vision featuring eternal torment, and that vision with its depiction of eternal torment, how is it able to communicate annihilation? It just seems bizarre to this person. And I understand that. I get it. And I'm actually a little intrigued by some potential answers to this question that might stem from some research that James is currently doing. I don't know if he'll want to speak to that. We'll see. But setting that aside, the way I've settled on this question is just there's all sorts of things that feature in Jewish visions, prophetic visions of the future as recorded in scripture that would never have occurred to me, the things that make no sense to me. And this is one of those. I don't know why their eternal torment in the lake of fire in this vision would symbolize the annihilation of the enemies that those entities represent. But I'm able to accept that it does because of all of the strong evidence in support thereof. But maybe some of you have some better, more developed thoughts than that in answer to this issue. What do you think?
Are you talking? Go ahead.
All of you. So James, you might be aware that what I'm alluding to with how the implications your research might have is on what this word basanismos seems to often mean. not merely torment, but torment in a particular context. And that's why I thought maybe you might have some thoughts on this arising from the research you're currently doing. But if anybody else has any whether or not you do, if anybody else has any thoughts to this question, how could the depiction of eternal torment in Revelation symbolize annihilation in reality? Does anybody want to speak to that?
I think I can go last with
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
All right, well, then one speculative answer I have, and keep in mind, speculative in the sense of the why. Like, I think, at various points in our articles and in books and the presentations, we kind of explained the how, given the justification that, yes, this torment language comes up elsewhere in Revelation in instances of destruction. And there's lots of reasons, like kind of from a very strict forensic exegetical, standpoint to believe that it's annihilation. And we got over that, the fact that death is thrown in and we know death is annihilated in real life, stuff like that. The fact that the beast and false prophet are corporate entities, or at least probably are, and that also doesn't work, but it does make sense that everything's destroyed. The kind of forensic analysis, we've done here, we're kind of dealing with the the specific speculative question of why. And one reason that's come up a little bit for me that I'm kind of toying with in my mind, and I'd have to do more research on the specifics, is from what I can tell, there is precedent in sort of surrounding apocalyptic literature around the New Testament era, maybe a little after, maybe a little before, that shows angels being tormented in fire forever. I believe it's in First Enoch. It might be Second Enoch. I need to double check, but it is a thing. And because that was a thing, because that would have been kind of in everyone's sort of mindset, when you take that fact, coupled with, as Chris has pointed out at various times, the nature of how these sort of apocalyptic imagery works, where there's an image, and then it's pointed out, the person says, yes, this thing, X, is Y. This dream of the cows is saying there will be a famine. Here it's like, this lake of fire is the second death. When you couple that, it's still weird, but it's less weird, because now you're thinking, okay, during this time period, it was normal, probably in First Enoch. I'll have to double check. I was looking at it right now, but couldn't quite find it. It was normal to have apocalypse where angels are tormented in fire forever. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that because this was a normal thing, that this vision would have shown that as well. Satan's thrown into the lake of fire with these other two creatures that aren't specifically angels, but are basically serving that purpose in the narrative. They're thrown in, they're tormented in this fire day and night forever and ever. What is this fire actually? Oh, it's actually the second death. So yeah, it would have just been easier for us had this just at Revelation 20:10 just not been there. But when you understand the apocalypse and how that was just a normal thing, angels tormented forever, it's like, yep, I'm going to show this in this vision too. And I'm also going to right after explain, this is what it really is.
Yeah, but it does sort of raise the question, though. It doesn't beg it, for those of you watching it. It raises this question. Why would the imagery preceding Revelation, earlier than Revelation, feature the eternal torment of fallen angelic beings if the authors of those works actually believed that they would be annihilated?
Well, I don't think the others did. I think probably the authors of those.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm basically saying one possibility is Revelation's kind of just taking this normal motif, this normal imagery, and importing it. And then that's why right after God's like, also, this means the second death. It's not actually.
Well, one thing I think we should see is that even as far as we can tell, First Enoch is composed of a bunch of separate works that are kind of glued together early on as they got built up together. But even within one of those separate works, there's inconsistent presentations of what's going to happen to those angels, and sometimes of people. And then once they're glued together into a single work, oh boy, there's a lot of inconsistency. And this is something that even eternal torment defenders notice about books like that. These books were used all throughout Judaism, and yet they are at best inconsistent. Okay, that's not at best. They are on their face inconsistent. At best, of course, one of those was to be interpreted as meaning the other. But we don't see our best scholars don't see a way to do that. If you look at the Hermenia commentary on Enoch, there's no attempt there to make it consistent. They're just he doesn't have a proposal. It's just these are contradictory. So you have this old tradition, and First Enoch is old. No, I don't mean it's back to Enoch. It's certainly not. But it's old at the time of Jesus, that you could just say those two things and just move on, and nobody would bat an eye. And so perhaps John is alluding to that tradition in bringing this up. But what's unique about John, what he does differently from those, is that I do believe he is very clear that he ties those things together with death as being the governing principle over eternal torment, that it's the interpretive principle. And of course, Chris will have that debate early January.
I still cannot believe that Turret and Fan wants to debate this, but let's cover that. We'll cover that. Let me just say really quick as a side note before we continue. I've grown to really appreciate what seems to be a little bit of a fledgling friendship between me and Turret and Fan, because back when we first started the Rethinking Hell ministry and I had a back and forth in articles with Turret and Fan, it felt like he and I were more hostile toward each other. Personally, I felt like that was the case with him, especially that he was hostile toward me in my view. Now I could have misinterpreted that because it was all text based. But in the past few years, he's been very kind and respectful to me, and we clash swords occasionally on Facebook. But he's a really good dude, and I'm thankful that we've got something of a friendship that's developed. But yeah, again, for those of you watching who don't know, Turret and Fan recently debated Adam Terry on the doctrine of hell, and in the debate, Turret and Fan argued that second death, because it's the first thing mentioned in Revelation before the lake of fire is mentioned, therefore lake of fire. And I'm not kidding. That's the argument. That's the whole argument he offers, is that second death appears earlier in Revelation than the first occurrence of lake of fire, and for that reason alone, Turret and Fan argues, second death is actually the thing that needs to be interpreted and explained, and the lake of fire is what does that. And that's just insane. And I don't, like, James and I were talking offline yesterday, I think, about how there's a chance greater than zero, we think, that Turret and Fan will actually withdraw from the debate when he realizes how indefensible his position on that is. And let me just say, one doesn't have to embrace that inanity and still be a believer in eternal torment. One could agree with what is obvious, which is second death interprets the lake of fire, and still come up with some way to make that consistent with eternal torment. But to deny that that's what's going on and to say it's the reverse for such a lack of reason is beyond me. Anyway, that having been said, again, I want to reiterate, I have very fond feelings for Turret and Fan, even if I think that he's out to lunch on some things. But all of that having been said, so I alluded to this, James. You've been doing some research, the fruit of which may or may not appear before the readers of rethinkinghell.com in the not-too-distant future. But in that research you've been doing, it appears as though the verbal cognate to basanismas, which is torment, so basanidzo, which is the verb that appears in Revelation where it says they'll be tormented forever and ever. I think what you're discovering is that it appears as though in a lot of contemporaneous literature, that verb and noun they don't merely communicate torment. There's a little more specific of a nuance there that may shape how we understand that language, and that I'm thinking may ought to shape how we understand the language of basanizo in the Book of Revelation. But yeah, take it away. What tell viewers about the research that you've been doing, and what surprising finding you might be unveiling, and how it might apply to this discussion.
Yeah, so just to clarify real quick, I can't speak to other contemporaneous literature, as you just mentioned. It's specifically one book in particular, okay. And I'm not claiming that this can necessarily be that we can extrapolate the meaning of, being tormented forever from this particular book, but I think it's still interesting. The book in question is 4th Maccabees. And in this article that I'm writing right now, I basically just grant, for the sake of argument, and I don't think it's implausible, that 4th Maccabees might have been written prior to the New Testament, and maybe the Jesus or the authors of the Gospels were, actually alluding to it, perhaps. Why is another question. But what I found, I'm going to try to make this relatively brief, is so the term aionios basanos, so like eternal torment, is only, as far as I can tell, as just looking at what I own on Logos Bible software, 4th Maccabees seems to be the only place where that specific term is used. Now, of course, you can find, stuff like in Revelation 20. But anyway, so I saw that term, but I got curious, and I wanted to sort of further explore 4th Maccabees as far as what it teaches concerning final punishment. And I just seem to find every single prong that we would use to build our case from Scripture. So, like, on number one, immortality and endless life is referred to as the prize of virtue. And it's quite clear in 4th Maccabees that immortality, endless life, the prize of virtue is reserved for the righteous. It's not just given to everybody. So that's one plank of our case that we usually use. Second plank in 4th Maccabees, the term basanos, torment, all throughout the book either culminates in or directly causes death. Like this is just a recurring theme. You can find it pretty much everywhere in the book. Third prong is that the punishment of the tyrant in one place is referred to as eternal destruction. And the Greek there is aionios alathros, so the same phrase that Paul uses in 2 Thessalonians 1:9. And as far as I can tell, again, just based off of what I own in Logos, those two places seem to be the only two places where that particular phrase is used. And I could go into reasons why I think it's quite clear that eternal destruction refers to annihilation. But I think it does. I'll just leave it at that for now. But so you've got these three things: eternal destruction for the tyrant, basanos, culminating in or causing death, and immortality and endless life being reserved for the righteous. Those are all prongs that we would use. Well, basanos doesn't. The basanos one doesn't really apply to the Bible because we don't find as many instances. But point is, there are prongs in there that we recognize. Yeah, we use that to argue for our view from Scripture. And so what I'm left thinking is, okay, I've got all these reasons that point toward the annihilation of the wicked on one hand. Then I've got this pesky little phrase, aionios basanos, in 4th Maccabees, and I'm like, he's either contradicting himself, the author of this book, but applying the principle of charity, I think that's unlikely, because there's a verse in particular where the prize of virtue, which I've said is immortality and endless life, is directly contrasted with eternal torment, with aionios basanos. So I'm like, okay, it's really unlikely in my mind that this guy would have just not realized, wait, this doesn't work. I can't say that immortality and endless life are reserved only for one group and then ascribe to this the wicked eternal torment, when that obviously implies them being immortal, living forever. So I think there's probably more to the phrase aionios basanos than perhaps meets the eye based on like the base meaning of the words. Now, how could I put this? I think it's pretty clear, based on all these other prongs that I've mentioned, that Ionios Basanos in 4th Maccabees most reasonably refers to a punishment that culminates in death. But how exactly? Like, how are we to understand the phrase, I think, is another question.
Well, let me propose, Darren, before you chime in, before I forget, I want to offer what might be the kind of explanation you're looking for. Think about disembowelment. When somebody, is in battle, a soldier is in battle, if they are disemboweled, or if a criminal is punished with disembowelment by the inquisitors or something like that, right? Disembowelment, generally speaking, leads to death. In fact, it is a means of killing someone, right? To the extent that that's true, then one could think that when somebody says you'll be disemboweled, they could be meaning, yes, you'll be disemboweled, but you will be killed that way. And if we were to then feature in imagery the language of somebody being disemboweled forever and ever, sure, it's possible they might mean that literally for eternity your organs are being removed from you, and then, I don't know, being shoved back in, or they're regenerated and they get pulled out again, right? Maybe. But equally plausibly, if not more so, they would mean you're going to be disemboweled to death and you will be dead forever because of that, right? That at least seems plausible, maybe. Now, so maybe that's what you're proposing, is that, let's say torment, basanizo or basanismas, let's say that this means not just torment in a generic sense, but torment in the specific sense of torment as part of execution, torment meant to kill. Well, maybe, feasibly, the language of eternal basanismas, or being basanizoed forever and ever, could mean you will be tortured to death and you will die, you will be dead forever as a result of being that tortured to death. Could that be kind of what the direction you're thinking? Do you think, James?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, then I guess I'm wrong.
No. So, I mean, I'm still kind of wrestling with this. The preliminary article, my draft, I guess, is in the group right now for review. And I think there's probably some weight to what I've proposed, but there's another alternative possibility that I have in mind. I just came up with, like, probably seconds ago or minutes ago, but my mind immediately goes to Isaiah 33. This is the thing that I just came up with right now, so it could be total garbage. So let's brace ourselves for that. In Isaiah 33, the rhetorical question is asked in verse 14: "The sinners in Zion are afraid; trembling has seized the godless. Who among us can dwell with the consuming fire? Who among us can dwell with everlasting burnings?" And the answer to that question is obviously, well, I mean, he goes on to say it. You would think no one, but what he goes on to say is, "He who walks righteously and speaks uprightly." And I think you're supposed to think of Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego, right? Like they're thrown in a furnace of fire, but because they're godly men, they're protected from it. They're not harmed by it. So the righteous aren't harmed by it, but the wicked can't deal with that. They'll die. And so maybe referring to Ionios Basanos could be rhetoric to mean you're going to face something that there's no way you can dwell with. Again, I'm coming up with this on the spot. Could be garbage, but it seems possible, because if you think no one the wicked cannot dwell with everlasting burnings, and then you're told you're going to face everlasting torment by fire, implication could well be, oh well, we're not going to escape this. We're going to die. Like there I don't know. That's one possibility.
That is how I think the church father and martyr seems to have used a fire that is eternal in the martyrdom.
Polycarp.
Polycarp. So Polycarp's martyrdom speaks of eternal fire that will hold to the end those who are condemned to it. And Chris's discussion of that in his Rethinking Live video puts it that way. That's very interesting, and I never thought of that. So, yeah, interesting.
Well, Darren, I know you wanted to chime in there. What were you gonna?
Yeah. So, how do I be succinct? Now, I'll just step back a little bit. If I said to you, we've bought our forever home, would you think that I mean I use the English word forever with any other meaning than forever?
I didn't hear the hypothetical statement you made. Your accent
we've just bought our forever home.
Oh, okay, all right. We've just bought our forever home. Yeah, I would take you to be using forever in a bit of a hyperbolic way, or to mean lasting, like until we die.
Right. Good. So when I've had my head in a lot of literature that talks about Ionius and Ion and all that, like for this year, because it's very difficult to pin down universals on it, because there's a lot of problematic research out there from the 19th century, and it's been fortified by the likes of Ramelli. Universes are not going to like me for saying that, but anyway, if I then went to Jude 6 and I talked about the eternal chains, so being held, the angels are being held in eternal chains under gloomy darkness until the day of judgment, how would you understand that word eternal? Would you think that it doesn't mean eternal?
Well, I would take it in the same way you used forever in your analogy.
Yeah.
I would take it to mean indeterminate, indefinitely, but coming to an end eventually, right?
Yeah. Interestingly, that the Greek word there is
William,
idios,
you're muted.
which
I'm muted.
Sorry, you're muted.
So I would say that the eternal chains in that particular context is being used to describe the chains as immutable, with the implication but not statement that God can break immutable chains, although I don't think he will in that case. I think he'll just cast.
But notice the Greek word isn't Ionius, it's idios. And iodius is the word with which is contrasted with Ionius to say, well, this one means strictly eternal.
Yeah.
And you contrast that with Ionius, and you say, well, that kind of can mean pertaining to the age, in contrast to Iodius. I think what is going on there is the same kind of rhetoric, as we might say, forever home, using language that you don't have the same range of meaning to say of the age or pertaining to. Yeah. I'm seeing more and more examples of this where it appears that eternal or Ionius is used in a way where you go, oh, it's not lasting forever, so it can't mean eternal. But I'm coming to the conclusion that something like eternal torment is rhetoric similar to forever home. If you have enough clues within the whole of a body of literature to suggest that, and within the immediate context, as you narrow it down to say, yeah, I don't want to use the word figurative language, because I think people use that with a rubbery sense, but there's rhetoric there that whatever it's emphasizing, it's probably hyperbole. And I think that's probably what's going on in Revelation 20:10, where the language really does mean forever and ever.
Yeah.
But it's clarified later that it's death. And so you go back and that's rhetoric. That's hyperbole. Not because the language of forever and forever doesn't mean that. It does. It's just that we see from the context that's not what was intended to be conveyed. So we read back to from Revelation 20:14 back to 20. Okay, it's hyperbole. I don't see any issue with that in terms of from a literary perspective or an exegetical perspective or a linguistic perspective. The thing that worries me is when people argue that words don't mean what they normally mean in order to escape the contradiction or make a verse fit their particular reading of the rest of the Bible. I think words need to be, and phrases particularly, need to be allowed to mean what they mean within a context.
Yeah.
If the context dictates it means something else, that's fine. But sometimes I think since the 19th century, and I think Fudge erred along this line quite a bit, where he tried to find a way where Ion and Ionius just doesn't pertain to eternity or forever and go from there. Not that he went all the way with that, but I just think that's a mistake linguistically.
Yeah, he suggested it might be, but he didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't push it.
He never let go of that idea. He just floated both ideas, and it's a really thorny subject.
In The Fire That Consumes, he's really clear. What he argues is that it has both meanings, not either one.
Qualitative.
That's right. He argues that it has both the qualitative and the quantitative meanings in mind when it's applied. Yeah.
In that context, all roads lead to Rome, or just to CI, because whether you take a both and, like, okay, let's go eternal punishment. Let's say, does Ionius mean strictly forever and ever, everlasting, that kind of unendingness? Is that what it's denoting, or is it qualitative? So the kind of life, or is it both and? No matter what option you take, we can get to CI, because I've adopted all of those positions in my thinking on hell and landed on CI. So it doesn't really matter to me. But linguistically, I think we need to be accurate with what words actually did or did not mean. And the research that is usually used to deny that Ionius strictly means everlasting in that kind of context, I'm beginning to doubt it more and more. And so I don't want to give traditionalists just a reason to ignore us just because they think we're dismissing the proper meaning of a word, when I think I agree with them that it probably does mean eternal.
I agree. Eternal. That's a good caution. And maybe I can, unless anybody has a real itch they want to scratch, and before we move us on, let me just tie a bow on this by saying this is another example of where I see some really fruitful ground awaiting plowing. What I mean by that is that we at Rethinking Hell, I think, have done a lot to contribute to the scholarship of this discussion. But there are still a lot of open questions that we have yet to answer in any kind of, confident way. And this is one of those. Why, if in fact Revelation depicts eternal torment, as I contend, why would that even occur to any of the Jewish people of Jesus's day as an apt symbol for a fate consistent with annihilation? Right. I think there's a lot of suggestions we've just floated that could benefit from some real rigorous academic study, and I would encourage anybody that is looking to do some academics on this topic to consider that question as one worth pursuing. But let's move on now to Braxton's question. Who do we think is the best defender of eternal torment that Braxton might be able to reach out to for his current series he's doing on Trinity Radio? Nice. He started with Leighton Flowers and had Leighton Flowers address some 30 or so texts that Calvinists often use as support for Calvinism. And then he had Nick on. He had me on next, I think, to address texts allegedly teaching eternal torment, but even more broadly, just having to do with hell. Nick, from an egalitarian perspective, fielded 30-plus question texts having to do with or alleged to support complementarianism. So, question to you guys: whom do you think Braxton should reach out to and invite to cover to respond to the texts most typically used in support of annihilationism?
That's tricky, because the ones who are, I think of as the best are kind of ones who were kind of left the debate more or less, like Robert Peterson, Christopher Morgan. Basically they're good because they, they're cunning, not cunning, but they cite Revelation 20:10. It's like, go for the most difficult passage. I don't know why more traditionalists don't, but I mean, they basically think they've more or less stepped away. I haven't heard anything from them in like over a decade, I don't think, about this topic.
Perhaps Danny Burt, who models himself off Peterson. Maybe, but when we say best, are we saying it's good?
Well, okay. Burke is a good point. The guy who wrote "What is Good About Hell," I can't remember the name.
What is good about hell?
Yeah, I'll have to look this up in my thing. Thomas Farrar, of course.
What about Sean Bawalski? I mean, Sean Bawalski isn't an exegete. He's a theologian and philosopher, but I mean,
I'd love to see Carson.
Really current.
D.A. Carson just be included once in one of the just because his knowledge of New Testament is immense and hermeneutics. I think he's completely wrong on hell.
Paul Dirks.
Okay.
Is there anything good about hell? Our discomfort and something. I have it, and I have pages of notes on it. I really enjoyed it, and that was kind of my formative topic for last year's presentation at about this time.
Okay. I'm just typing these up in the.
And we did get Thomas Farrar, right?
Yeah, so I put two comments in here in response to Braxton. One is the options we think are probably a little more likely to accept an invitation. Denny Burke, Thomas Farrar, Sean Bawalski, and Paul Dirks. But then we also threw out a couple of names that are less likely to accept the invitation, but would do great. D.A. Carson, Tom Schreiner, and there are probably some others.
Schreiner. I'd love to see Schreiner participate. I think reading his commentaries, I like the way he goes about the text, interpreting the text, and be interested. You just don't see newer, like these high quality folks, scholars, getting into this debate. They just drop it into the commentaries a bit. But it'd be nice to see them, focus on that in some big discussion. If Braxton could snag one of those guys, I reckon that would be awesome. And then maybe. Maybe they've read our stuff and they go, no, this is why Darren and Date are wrong. Clark and Date are wrong. We go, okay, whoops. We'd have to respond, see?
Yeah.
Oh,
I do love response videos.
Yes.
All right. Well, so hopefully, Braxton, those are some answers that you can take a stab at. I'll text you in case you're not watching any longer the names we came up with. But now let's turn to let's try to keep this answer brief because it's a little off topic. We're not here. Our ministry is not called Rethinking the Philosophy of Time, right? It's Rethinking Hell. But when we talk about eternity, the question of time naturally arises. For an example. A lot of people, it seems, are under this bizarre, mistaken notion that in the resurrection and eternity there won't be time. That's just absurd. There's no reason for thinking that. But the question David Severin asks here is: do we think time is a created thing, or is it another way of saying a series of events, etc.? I'll offer my thought really briefly, and then see if any of you guys want to chime in here. I think I embrace a fairly orthodox scientific understanding of time, meaning I think time is like a fourth dimension of the created cosmos. I don't think that we are just in space experiencing a succession of events. I think that we are in space-time, that the fabric of the universe, as it were, is space-time. And by the way, as a side note, I recently watched a video recently that really explained well why that is thought to account for the phenomenon of gravity. And I'll geek out here for a moment for anybody who is interested. People may not realize this, but most scientists, if I'm not mistaken, don't think that gravity is a force, which seems counterintuitive, right? If you hold a ball on your hand and then you let go, something seems to pull it down to the earth. But scientists actually would say, no, it's not that there's something pulling it, like there's a force being exerted on it. Rather, it appears to be a function of our passing through space-time. And here's the way to visualize it. imagine you are a two-dimensional being, meaning you exist, you conceive of your surroundings as in 2 dimensions, a flat plane. But what you actually are 2 points on the equator of a globe, right? So maybe one on the east side and one on the south side. And let's say that you both start moving north, right? In your plane, your 2-dimensional plane, you are moving in a direction that from your 2-dimensional perspective seems to be parallel to each other, which would mean you'd be forever going north, never crossing each other's lines. But in reality, because you're moving north on a globe, which you can't perceive this 3rd dimension because you're a two-dimensional being, by moving over a curved 3rd dimension, you're actually brought together at the North Pole. And this is what this is meant to illustrate is that although we can't wrap our minds around what it would be like to be in a 4-dimensional cosmos, a 4-dimensional reality, we can nevertheless see how the effects of a 4-dimensional reality would be perceived to us, because we can conceive of how the effects of being in 3-dimensional reality would affect people who can only perceive 2 dimensions. Namely, you're moving up, but you're moving toward each other on a globe. Well, in the same way, it seems to most scientists, I think, that we are always moving through time, a 4th dimension, but we are only capable of perceiving 3 dimensions around us. And so we are like two things, points on a globe moving up, when in reality, what we are doing is moving closer to one another. And that is what appears to be the explanation for gravity. Now, I'm not saying we should all accept that. And obviously, I mean, I'm going to hold this with an open hand, but it seems to me that there's a lot of good scientific reason to think that time is a 4th dimension of the created cosmos. But I also think there's some theological reasons, including God transcending the created cosmos, God being analogous to the author of a story. I think there's a number of reasons for thinking that time is a dimension of the cosmos. But what do you guys think? You guys are free to disagree, obviously.
So all right. So I think your theory of time is theory B. B as in book.
I'm open to something like a moving spotlight view, but yeah, generally speaking, I'm a block
and theory B, contrary to some claims, does not mean the future is as real as the present. That's not what it means. But
it does mean that past, present, and future all exist.
Yeah, there's a way in which they all exist. Yeah. Anyway. Dude, this is theory of time is really deep philosophy, and yeah, I don't think we can do it justice. I'd be happy to talk about the different theories and past future realism, past future irrealism, but it's too much.
It is a bit mind-bending.
Not my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
You know, I will say this to make it more relevant to our topic. What was a friend at the time by the name of Tim Stratton. He once told me that his big concern, like when we were talking about annihilationism, and then it came up that I believe in a block universe, right? I believe in a fourth dimension of time. He said that it strikes him as like he thinks annihilationism is really attractive, but it would lose a lot of its attractiveness if in a type B concept of time. And the reason is because for him, one of the things that's attractive about the annihilationism is that it proposes an eventual end to all evil. Mm-hmm. But his argument was, or his thought was, but if a B theory view of time is true, then evil always exists. But that's actually not exactly accurate. It exists at certain times. But the way I responded at the time was, well, look, when an author writes a story, and it culminates in a happy ending, there's a sense in which everything that happened before it exists, but it exists in the past of this glorious a happy
Right.
ending, and I don't see that as any stain on the final ending of that story, namely this glorious happy ending. It's not a stain on that, the fact that prior to it there was a negative sequence of events.
What I feel is happening there is somebody who holds to theory A is saying, well, if theory B was true, I'd have these objections, but those aren't objections that a theory B person would have. They're imported from theory A. It would not be true that people are always being tormented just because they're tormented on the day of judgment.
Right.
Because in fact, there is in theory B, there is a realism about the present moving forward. You know, that it actually moves forward through that book of time, and once you're past it, that is no longer the present.
Right. Okay, well, it sounds like none of us have enough experience to be able to, an education to really speak any more meaningfully to this question than we have already. So let's move on. This is a question I simply don't know the answer to. But somebody asks, did discussing these topics, the topics of hell, contribute to why Gary DeMar got cut out of the postmillennialist fold, or was he only engaging with full preterists? So I actually don't know any. So here's what I know about Gary DeMar. When roughly 20 years ago, when I was still a dispensationalist premillennialist, which is what I embraced when I converted to Christianity, because I thought that's just what Christians believed. When I was becoming convinced of what I call preterism, but what a lot of people call partial preterism, and I did eventually become convinced of that, and I defend it to this day. But Gary DeMar was a name that was coming up at that time, because I really became friends with a woman who goes by the pseudonym D.D. Warren. And she had a show called the Preterist Podcast, and she had something called the Preterist Blog. And in her ministry, she warned people against Gary DeMar because he seemed to be flirting with hyper-preterists, or what he would call full preterists. And by that, she meant he was railing constantly against dispensationalists, but he was practically playing footsie with hyper-preterists and treating their disagreement as not all that important. When hyper-preterism denies essentials of the faith and affirms outright heresy, whereas dispensationalism is just stupid. I'm being intentionally a little controversial there, but anyway. So now fast forward to the past couple years, and Gary DeMar appears to have gone hyper-preterist, exactly as D.D. Warren was warning. And it seems to me that his denial now of bodily resurrection is what... And that denial stems from his, I think, eventual embrace of hyper-preterism. That has caused him to be ejected from certain circles, if only virtually. I'm not exactly sure. So I am only aware of him losing his clout and status as a result of embracing the heresy of hyper-preterism. I wasn't aware that he was kicked out of a specifically post-millennialist fold, let alone if it was because of anything having to do with hell. But do you guys have anything to add here? Anything you're aware of that I'm not?
Only thing I can add, and this is like really tangential, is I know in his book Last Days Madness, because of his particular take on partial preterism, and I'm a partial preterist too, but I take a different take on the parts after Matthew 24:34. He in that book talked largely about basically the entirety of it through the end of Matthew 25 in that book is about the fall of Jerusalem. And the reason I bring that up is just it's an interesting take to me, because basically that, and he acknowledged this, requires basically that you don't interpret Matthew 25, 31, 46 as even being about the one-time final judgment. And there are actually some in the dispensationalist camp who do that as well, but through a very different way. And so that's kind of like the one interesting connection to hell. It's like his particular very stringent form of partial preterism, which became hyper-preterism eventually, not shockingly, already led one to take a very novel take on one of the most key hell passages in the Bible. It basically had to be describing like every person's individual judgment that happens at death.
Sure. Yeah. What I will say though is I am open to reading Matthew 25 as following on the heels of 24 in that way, in the sense that it is not as if at some point in Matthew 24 Jesus's focus shifts from the first century to 2,000 plus years in the future, but rather that what he goes on to describe through chapter 25 is in the context of what he's talking about as being impending. But I don't think that requires the leap to hyperpreterism, because in Matthew 25, in that what is sometimes mistakenly called the parable of the sheep and the goats, it's not only about the final judgment. It's about what it describes as a process by which, well, I'm importing the word process, but it talks about the gathering of people from the four winds, right? The gathering of the saints from the four winds. And it's at least conceivable to me that what Matthew 25 is talking about is a gathering process that stretches 2,000 plus years and culminates in the final judgment. So even as the time that Jesus is speaking, the saints are being, gathered from the four winds into the church, people from all different tribes and peoples and nations and tongues, and that continues through to this day. But they're being separated will be at the final judgment. That is kind of a direction that I am very open to, if not, even though I'm not yet convinced of it. So anyway, welcome back, Nick.
Hey.
How's it going? I don't have to be a dad for a few minutes. I figured I'd jump back on.
Awesome. Well, any other thoughts then on Gary DeMar, the sad fall of Gary DeMar? But sad, but unsurprising. All right.
I don't know who that is, so.
All right. Well, we're going to move on.
Exactly correct.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we're going to move on now to the next and last question that we currently have queued up. There's still 13 of you roughly watching, so if you have questions, put them in the chat, and we'll try to get to them. In the Joey, I think you said we have one more hour to go. Is that right?
Yeah. We go to 3 p.m.
So here's the last question we've got queued up. Again, if you have stuff you'd like us to discuss, post it in the chat. Brian asks, have there been any significant denominational divides or major church splits historically over differing views of hell, conditionalism, eternal torment, and universalism? And if so, what factors contributed to these divides? Anybody want to take a stab at that one?
Sure. The one that comes to my mind is around during the 1800s in the U.S. specifically, conditionalism and universalism became much better known, and they were actually part of a huge major movement. They're deeply mixed with I can't remember the name anymore.
The
but
Restoration
it was
movement
connected
with like Miller and Campbell.
Yeah, the Millerites specifically, and the great disappointment that followed it, because Miller predicted the coming of Jesus Christ, which led to the great disappointment because it didn't happen. Wow, who knew? But the views remained strong right up to the end of the 1800s and the turn of the century, where they became part of what was then progressivism. These, if you read the documents, they become more and more and more strident about how essential it is that we hold to this variant view of hell at all costs. The surviving conditionalist churches, the ones that survived past that, are almost all very tight sects. Very tightly guarded denominations, especially. Yeah, I know, I have to pronounce that very carefully.
Thank you, Chris. Now we know.
and sorry, I that just absolutely distracted me. Some of them even full-on cults. The Jehovah's Witnesses, that with their central authority and really extreme edge guarding, where you kick anyone out who's showing doubt and you shun them. things like that. But what happened in the mainstream is especially interesting because a large group of particularly universalist progressives deliberately took over the teaching mechanisms of the mainline churches. And as a result, the common people, the broader Christianity, which was not interested in making such a major change, rebelled against them and set up guards that basically one of the shibboleths, if I may, set up to guard against them was, do you believe in eternal torment? And this was largely a defense against universalism. Most American Christians who have studied their church history will report that that's you're not a conservative if you don't believe in eternal torment. But what they really mean is you're not a conservative if you believe in universalism, and that is because of that group that attacked the church. And when I use that term advisedly, they thought of what they were doing in their internal, not eternal, writing, is that they were conducting a kind of military campaign, and they despised eternal torment. And they despised a lot of other things in the church at the time, as some of them understandable, slavery. But yeah, and the things that followed after slavery in the Reconstruction. But so that's my point. We've got this thing in America where we have this reaction to a particular group of universalists that has resulted in the church no longer permitting consideration of that, especially in the break-off denominations that shattered away from the main lines. Nick, you actually have an interesting situation because you're actually in a mainline church. American Baptist is
PCA
very
would not
specifically
like me,
sorry
no.
about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hell
sorry,
doesn't
no,
come up a
wouldn't.
whole lot in American Baptist circles. It did come up in Bible
Yeah,
studies,
and
and
you didn't.
Yeah.
And American Baptist is a mainline denomination. It happened, as far as I can tell, it wasn't attacked by these group of progressivists.
No,
I don't know why.
it's so much so that when we've talked about hell or eschatology at church, I present both views. You know, you have eternal. What was it? I said you have an eternal prison sentence, or you have eternal capital punishment. You know, just for folks, and they're like, oh, well, neither one is good, but okay, if that's what we're talking about, then that's far more interesting than the categories that we often hear used in common language. And so, yeah, my church, I mean, there are churches that would have a huge deal with that, but my church is like, oh, well, if that's what the Bible says, then we can figure it out together. It's not a big deal.
So that's an example of a church split, and I hope we can all take a lesson from that. The lesson, by the way, is not that universalists are evil. I would see that as a single group, and they were particularly poisonous. Their internal writings are just but rather the lesson would be that we should try to see the whole church as, and delight in the whole church and stay with the part of the church that we otherwise agree with. Both things, I hope, because I think we should love the whole church.
Any other thoughts? Well, we don't have anything lined up in the chat. So we can kind of we can just chit chat for a little bit if anybody wants to talk about anything. One thing I'll mention is I got to do, for the first time in my life 2 days ago, to go see an NHL game. I was so excited. For people who don't know, I played hockey as a teenager and in my early 20s. Never played like in a ice hockey league, but I did play pickup ice hockey at times, and I played a lot of roller hockey and roller hockey leagues. I was a netminder, otherwise known as a goaltender, and I was pretty decent. In those early years, I followed the NHL a lot, and I had several favorite players, almost all of them goalies. Patrick Roy, Felix Potvin, Grant Fuhr. There was a bunch of ones in that era that I was a really big fan of. There were a few non-goalies that I was a big fan of. I really liked Theron Fleury on the Flames because he was a little scrapper and he would pick fights with people twice his size.
Is it Darren or Theron?
Theron. Well, I always said Theron. Maybe in Canada they pronounce it Darren. I don't know.
Okay.
But anyway, all of this is just to say I eventually stopped following hockey very closely, and I think in part because I didn't have a home team. And then a few years ago, Seattle announced that it was going to start. It had an NHL team back in the early 1900s. The Seattle something or other Metropolitans. They won the Stanley Cup in 1917. But for years, as I was a fan of hockey, we didn't have a team. And then a few years ago, they announced the creation of the Kraken. I remember, in fact, Nick asked me during an episode of Rethinking Hell Live, what would I have their opening music be? And I gave an example of what I thought that should be. Well, anyway, Star and I, my wife and I, have looked into what it would cost to go see one of these games, and it was just cost prohibitive for us. But on Wednesday, a good friend of mine said, "Hey, I happen to have 4 tickets. Do you and Star want to come with us to go see the game?" And as you can imagine, we leapt at the opportunity. We had pretty good seats, and we went and saw the Kraken on Thursday absolutely trounce the Boston Bruins. It was great. And what was cool was, even though it was the only game I've ever been to, the only NHL game, I've been to WHL games, although it was the only NHL game I've ever been to, there was both fights, albeit very, very short-lived and interrupted very soon by the referee. There was a penalty shot, and the penalty shot originated because at one point, the Kraken goaltender named Grubauer, he stopped the puck, but it slowly started sliding across the line that differentiates the goalie's crease from the inside of the net. And as it's about to finish crossing over the line entirely, one of the Kraken jumps on it, and he gets a penalty for hiding the puck. And the camera never was able to catch the puck going all the way across the line. And so the referees said, we're not going to count it a goal, but we're going to give the Bruins a penalty shot. And so then I got to see the penalty shot, and the Bruins succeeded on that, although it wasn't an easy victory for that penalty shot player. Anyway, I just had such a blast. I can't wait to go to another Kraken game sometime, but I just wanted to geek out on that since I have this Seattle Kraken gear represented in my background. But anyway, so yeah, anything you guys want to talk about while we wait for... Oh, wait, hold on. So Skylar answers the question. We pronounce Theron Fleury like that really annoying guy.
Yeah, Theron Fleury is the kind of guy you wanted on your team, but you didn't want to play against.
That's right. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So what do you guys?
Isn't that the Greek word for beast?
Therion.
Yes, yeah. I know.
That's true, Peter. Yeah, he was about half the size and twice as mean. I grew up loving Owen Nolan, who was, I think, one of the first Irish-born American hockey players. He played for the Sharks. And so he's not the reason why my son Nolan's name is Nolan. That goes to Christopher Nolan, the film director. Although I've tried to retcon that into being Nolan Ryan, who's my favorite pitcher of all time. So all that sort of stuff. My wife is like, no, it was Christopher Nolan. I'm like, sure
it was.
And Nolan Ryan, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think my favorite player was Martin Brodeur, the goalie for the New Jersey Devils back in my day. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I grew up watching. I'm not as old as you, but we watched the same Goon Squad.
Awesome. I was just asked yesterday by my friend who saw the name Lemieux on a jersey, and he mistook that Lemieux for Mario Lemieux, and I had to correct him and say, no, Mario Lemieux played on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Is he still around? Mario, he's got to be aged out of the NHL by now.
Yeah, he had an illness of sorts that cut his career short. Pretty substantially, but he's still around. But you also, for me, you say Lemieux. I think of Claude Lemieux from the Colorado Avalanche, who started the infamous 1995 rivalry between the Avalanche and the Detroit Red Wings. Now, I grew up watching the Ducks because that's all I could watch, just because that's where I was. But I grew up also loving the Toronto Maple Leafs. But for me, I got teams I love, but then I have I love the sport. So if there's a game on TV, I'll watch the game.
Yeah.
My uncle, may he rest in peace, was a massive Detroit Red Wings fan. And I remember watching that game where Claude Lemieux cross-checked Chris Draper forward, and he was a few feet from the boards, forward, like broke everything in his face, teeth, and it caused the nastiest like rivalry for for about 2 years straight. If you want to, just look up like on YouTube, Detroit Red Wings, Colorado Avalanche rivalry, and they'll give you like a 30-minute breakdown of it, because there were multiple fights. There was blood on the ice so much that you had referees trying to scrape the ice clean because it was just soaked, because they hated each other, because nothing on the play was called. And so in the mind of the hockey players, oh, so you're not, basically we're all going to be dirty Harry now because the police don't exist. So they just like gooned out on each other for like 2 years straight. And there was more of a fight than there was hockey, which, I mean, at that point, it was like, this is good for fans. It's not good for ethics per se, because that's not what you quite want. But, as a hockey fan, as a baseball fan, it's like, ooh, yeah, there's something about that old school hockey that doesn't quite sting. Cam Neely was snarly too, by the way.
Yeah, Skylar mentioned Cam Neely. He has a cameo in Dumb and Dumber where, excuse my borderline French here, but one of the friends who's sitting at a diner's table with Cam Neely, the character played by Cam Neely, he yells at Cam Neely, "Kick his ass, Seabass!" And it's a funny scene. People should check it out. But yeah, if you didn't know who Cam Neely was, that cameo was lost on you.
I got a question for everyone. Universalists had their Rob Bell moment in 2011-ish when that book came out. What do conditionalists need in 2025 to have that same sort of lightning in a bottle moment? Because my thought is, Greg Boyd, I love Greg Boyd. Greg Boyd ain't enough. Like you need someone with.
I think he's gone universalist anyway.
Which is weird because he's an open theist. That to me doesn't make any sense. But anyway, so what would conditionalism need as a movement to break into the next echelon? Because Rob Bell's Love Wins didn't legitimize universalism because it's not a good book. But what it did do is it legitimized conversation about universalism. Because then people are like, hold on, Rob Bell's book is trash. But is there anything to universalism? So they pick up Robin Perry, which is, as far as it goes, probably the best book, still remains probably the best book in favor of universalism that tries to read scripture consistently and coherently. So what do you think needs to happen for conditionalism to kind of have their love wins moment to kind of break into it? I'll give my example. It would be having a major Christian university or seminary basically say eternal punishment means eternal punishment, and we're not going to police a conditionalism or eternal conscious torment like a Talbot or a Gordon. Although Gordon Conwell basically said, "Yeah, we don't care," but like a Wheaton College, you know what I mean? Something like that where they make waves by basically saying, "Yeah, this is not an issue worth hiring or firing over." So I think having that happen might actually create a whole. Oh, well, now this is legitimate. Now we need to have a conversation about what it is. That'd be.
Are you sure they haven't? Are you sure none of them have done that? I kind of feel like that's been implied in the past. They haven't made a loud deal over it.
It in broadly evangelical universities and seminaries, with the exception of Fuller, which I think has gone beyond the evangelical label, but that's a separate conversation. Gordon Conwell doesn't seem to have any issue with conditionalism.
Right.
Gordon Isaac is a professor there, right? And he's
that's what I mean. You have Gordon Conwell. You have Northern Seminary seems to be kind of
Claude Mariottini.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to view that as an issue. And you've got multiple seminaries, kind of throughout the United States that at least are not hostile to the view. Wheaton College, I don't know. Baylor University, I don't know. Truett Seminary, I don't think would have an issue with it, even if they may affirm eternal conscious torment. I don't think they're required to because they're also affiliated with Texas Baptist, which, if I remember correctly, the Texas Baptist Convention affirms the 1963, which doesn't say a lot about hell. It says enough to imply it's a state of, it's eternal, so it rules out universalism. But if I remember correctly, it doesn't say anything that would exclude annihilationism. And Al Mohler seemed to think that the Baptist Faith and Message 2000 ruled out annihilationism. I was reading, I'm like, perhaps. I don't think so. And it can be interpreted that way, but does it explicitly say so? No. And so technically, anyway, I digress, but that's kind of the point of what I'm talking institutional change.
I think you're right, but I think it would need to be an institution that has more clearly been opposed to it in the past. If you were to have like a Dallas Theological Seminary or a Southern Baptist Theological Seminary, something like that, widening their tent in that way, I think you're right. That could be that could do it.
Mm-hmm. Somewhere like Dallas definitely would too, because I feel like even a lot of very theologically conservative seminaries in recent years, they've had, at least if only perceived, if not actual, controversies over moving leftward politically. I think, and that includes basically the entire Southern Baptist Convention. I think that would lose some of its force if it was like Southern Baptist versus like Dallas, which is, probably about as conservative in every sense of any mainstream seminary there is, right?
Mhm.
Like I can imagine Southern, you'd be hearing in certain parts of the blogosphere and podcast sphere, it's like, oh, just another move to the left, them going woke even more. You wouldn't get that at, say, like a Dallas or something. But there's not that many Dallases.
Right. I mean, and you look at a lot of the seminaries, technically, with the exception, I know Talbot has that strict, dividing line. Denver Seminary does. I don't think Grand Canyon out in Phoenix does. I don't think Northern does. Clearly Northern doesn't. Truett doesn't. Asbury, I don't think does. Reformed Theological Seminary, I don't actually think has a very, on paper. Now, of course, we need to make a distinction between culture and assumption versus what is officially on the books.
Yeah.
So there's that aspect too. But yeah, I think having like a Dallas or a Denver basically say, believe what you want on between these two camps. We're not going to hire and fire based off that. I think would legitimize the biblical reality of conditionalism.
Oh yeah.
What do you guys think of? Would it have that kind of effect or something similar if, say, either Mike Winger or Gavin Ortland conclude their upcoming studies on hell in our favor? So for those who aren't aware, Mike Winger has been saying at various points over the past few years that he plans to do a deep dive on the topic of hell. And Mike is one of my favorite people on the planet. And I'm really honored to say that we text each other occasionally, and he's told me he'll definitely reach out to me if he has questions and wants some, help as he's undergoing that study. And then similarly, Gavin Ortland has said recently that that's a deep dive he intends to do. And he also, we count each other friends, and he'll lean on me. So those, for slightly different reasons, are examples of people who, if they do come out in favor of conditionalism after their studies, could cause something like the kind of controversy that you're describing. Mike Winger, because he's so darn popular, he's huge following. Gavin Ortland, because he, more than most people I know, stands on both the academic and popular sides at the same time. He seems to bridge that gap really well. So if either of them, after their studies, were to come out in favor of annihilationism, I could see that causing some degree of controversy and conversation. But what do you guys think?
I feel like individuals coming out would add to the weight of the past individuals who have come out in favor of conditionalism, that's not without its own gravity, but I have a hard time believing it would change anything apart from, tipping the scales, which might eventually reach a tipping point. No, Mike Winger does not have any end date. He will study it forever. He will study it forever and ever.
No, in all seriousness, Skylar, Mike does not have a hard and fast date, and for personal reasons, he may not end up actually getting around to it. I know a little bit of it, but it has nothing to do with ideology. It's just there are personal issues that may mean it's not something he's ever able to get to. So it's kind of it's on his roadmap, but there's no guaranteed time frame.
I think without having trustees or institutions, you can have individuals, but again, that places, for example, if, let's say, Winger and Ortland, Mike Jones, keep his name out your mouth. What do you mean? Like all these dudes, even Alyssa Childers, they all come out and say, conditionalism at least is a reasonable view. You can hold it in faithfulness, or it is the truth. Blah blah blah. That will create social pressure of the sort where institutions will not have to recognize that if we hold this line here, but the culture of academia and pastoral ministry and apologetics is changing very rapidly. They're going to be forced to at least grapple with this new question. And for all the horrible stuff that the LGBTQ movement has kind of pushed, or at least in some of the more extreme versions of it, it has forced the church to go, okay, hold on, let's go back and read our text, let's go back and do our homework. If we're wrong, we're wrong. If we're right, we're right. And hopefully we can have those sorts of moments or movements where, okay, hold on, have we just held to this for insubstantial or poor reasons or identitarian reasons? And if so, do we change our minds or allow for a greater openness or broadening of the tent? And so that can, like you said, that perhaps you're right, it could create a sort of social movement where at least the question now has to be addressed by major institutions, where these people will now go to seminary or for undergrad and they can't sign the statement of faith. And so enrollment, I mean, there's a reason why I didn't go to Talbot and I went to Fuller instead. I couldn't sign Talbot's doctrinal statement. So there was that. And I'm of the opinion that I'm not going to sign off on something if, and cross my fingers and sign off on it. I'd rather just not get the job or not get the affirmation. So I don't know. I'm with you guys. Maybe the sea change culturally will help institutions grapple a little bit better on this sort of question, even if they ultimately affirm what they've always believed. More education and conversation is always a good thing.
And there, I think, are going to be some books published in the near future that will spark conversation. I think the one that Paul Capan and I are working on will be an example of that. Also, I believe that Preston Sprinkle, his next project he plans to do is a book on hell. And I say that because a couple of months ago, I think it was, one of his patrons tuned into a patron-only live stream or something, and they asked that question, when are you going to look and do more on the topic of hell? And he said that that's his next book project, and I confirmed with him over text that is kind of his plan. So, but the problem, as much as I think that's great, I'd love to see Preston publish a pop level book on conditionalism. I don't think it's going to contribute to the kind of effect that you're talking about, Nick, because Preston, I think, is already viewed mistakenly, I think, as veering out of the evangelical fold in a leftist direction. Even where I disagree with him on points, and there are a few where we disagree pretty fervently, I don't think that criticism is merited. But because that criticism is there and believed by a lot of people, people aren't going to bat an eyelash that he publishes a book in favor of annihilationism, because of course he went that way. That's kind of the way they all think.
Well, and you'll have my dissertation too, which hopefully I think will be a nice shot across the bow to folks too. So, but that'll be about 3 years out. Well, actually, about 2 years at this rate.
Nice.
Yeah. Very cool.
If I keep going, I should say.
Well, what else can we talk about? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't want to exaggerate the effect that I think this could have, but although Mike Winger's channel is substantially larger than Gavin's, if Gavin were to become an annihilationist and make a video on that and, say that it's biblical and historical, or at least historical for the first couple of 100 years, Gavin, more so than Mike Winger, definitely has a lot of Roman Catholics and Eastern Orthodox folks with their crosshairs on him.
Yeah.
So if he were to make that kind of video, I'm wondering if that could open the door to discussions surrounding hell with those other groups like Catholics and EOs. I wonder how many videos we'd see responding to Gavin that we could then sort of jump on and engage with.
Triple the number.
Well, and we'll definitely have Gavin's back if he does get that kind of response. I'll just, this is on a personal level. I worry sometimes about talking about Mike Winger and Gavin Ortland and people like them in this way that we are, because I worry that on the one hand, yes, we're extremely excited and hopeful that these very respected and respectable Bible teachers will end up, after their study, coming out on the right side of this debate. And I want to see this happen, and it would be great. But on the other hand, I worry that if the more we talk about them doing it, the more it might make them feel like they've kind of got to toe the party line, and I don't want them to think I even have that worry that that's what they're going to do. I believe very firmly that both of these two men are going to take this study seriously and follow where they think the evidence leads. But I do worry about how do I straddle this line between, on the one hand, expressing my excitement and optimism that they may come out on this side, and, by the way, trying to like this conflict I have plays out even in my personal lives with these two, because I've let them know and periodically remind them that as they start to undertake their hell study, I want to be a resource for them, but not because I want to convince them, although I do, but rather because I want them to know what they're actually dealing with this view. I want to clear up any confusion they have, and so I do that, wanting them to lean on me, but at the same time, I worry that if I do that too much, then they're going to think I'm just trying to manipulate their study, and in a similar way, I worry about talking about them publicly like this for the same reason. I don't want our talking about them to influence them one way or the other. So yeah, I sometimes feel awkward talking about these two and people like them, but I'm not really going anywhere with that. I just thought I'd share it.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so for example, Kevin here says it's possible that Mike Winger might not want to discover the truth about conditionalism because of the possible backlash and problems he might end up facing because of it. I mean, I think that's a legitimate worry, but and none of us are completely immune to how that kind of pressure can influence our decision making. But I will say I have confidence that Mike Winger is likely not to be persuaded by that pressure, influenced by that pressure. Like, I think he could end up coming out of his study concluding wrongly. I know Nick, for example, believes that Mike, I shouldn't speak for you. I suspect you believe that Mike came out of his study of egalitarianism on coming out with the wrong conclusion, the mistaken conclusion. But I personally don't think that he came to that conclusion because he felt pressured by supporters and people that are, complementarian pressure. So I likewise think he could very well come out of on the wrong side on this topic, but not necessarily because of pressure. I think he just may, especially if he doesn't lean on the resources that we at Rethinking Hell are trying to make available to him. I think he could come out with a mistaken, a somewhat confused understanding of what it is that we actually think and why, and then end up doing a series of videos concluding in favor of eternal torment based on those misconceptions. So I don't know. Anyway, I'm rambling.
Those concerns make sense. I mean, it's a good opportunity we might have here, but one that must be handled delicately.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other topics?
I know you had mentioned, because Skylar chimed in with some of the hockey stuff. Was there a question in there that was still outstanding? I know he had. Okay, good to know. I know he made a comment back when we were talking about the Genesis 2:17. I don't know if that's what you had in mind. If there's something else.
No, are you talking about where he mentions reluctance using the first 11 chapters of that thing? Yeah, I'll put the thing up on the screen, especially since he's watching right now, or at least listening. And I don't want him to think that I intentionally didn't address his comment. But after I actually had it starred at one point, meaning I intended for us to get to it, but then I removed it. And the reason was because I realized I think this applies more to the issues of origins of creation, based on what I know of his personal history. But he did say in this comment at the time we were discussing that, just to stir the pot a little, I believe it is ill-advised to form dogmatic doctrine from the first 11 chapters of Genesis that do not have to do directly with the relationship between God and man. And I agree, but I also kind of think that the penalty with which Adam and Eve were threatened and their subsequent meeting the conditions of that penalty does sound to me like it has to do with the relationship between God and man. So I'm not sure that it's as irrelevant as maybe he's suggesting it might be. I don't know. Skylar, if I've misrepresented you or misunderstood you, please speak up. But yeah, what do you guys think?
I mean, the whole traditionalist argument is that it's literally about the lack of relationship between man and God going forward, right?
Yeah. So I don't know, but that's why I removed it, is because ultimately I concluded, rightly or wrongly, that was more applicable to his take on the origins debate than this one. So, Well, look, we've got 30 more minutes until we get more questions. What if I propose that we shift our attention to the future? Besides the very good question Nick asked about what could be our Rob Bell moment. By the way, just to be clear, I don't want a Rob Bell moment, at least not in the sense of everything that implies. But yeah, I get what you mean, Nick. I wonder, like, what another thing we talked about earlier was how maybe moving forward our shift we need to shift a little bit from doggedly, rigidly exegesis to more and more theologically constructive and philosophically constructive treatments of the topic, and I that resonates with me. And by the way, that wasn't first suggested by you, Nick. As you'll recall, probably John Stackhouse made that very point in his plenary speech at our very first conference, and which features in our second book, A Consuming Passion. So I definitely think that's an example, and I think more of that's happening. But what do you guys? What are some things that we as a ministry or even the larger conditionalist movement could do in the next year, in 2025, to try to continue the momentum that it seems like our movement is having? What I mean by that is not, look, yeah, lots of people aren't talking about it anymore, but I actually think that's in somewhat part because of how we have affected so many changes of mind. And it seems to me as if there's just this tidal wave, like I described it earlier, of people at every level from academics to laity becoming persuaded of this view and just taking it for granted in discussions and stuff. So I do think as a movement, we've got a lot of momentum, even if there's not a lot of controversy being discussed. So what are some things we could do as a ministry and the larger conditionalist movement to continue that momentum and continue to change hearts and minds over the next year? What do you guys think?
Well, I'd like to say that we as Rethinking Hell, not, as opposed to the we as conditionalists in general, we are looking at how we're running this ministry. And I'm optimistic that we're going to come up with some new ways that this ministry can act. I'm not going to go into details because we don't have a statement on that yet, and that's the kind of thing that does ask for a statement. But yeah, we're not going to keep on doing exactly the same thing we've always done.
What else? What are the thoughts?
You'll probably want to reach out to more, like if you could get, I don't know, IP or some, high level internet apologists and theologians on for debate / conversation / dialogue. I think that would be a good start. Breaking into that side of things, kind of the pop level stuff. And pop, I'm not saying pop derisively. It's, folks like that actually are very much engaged with culture and stuff. So it might be worthwhile to kind of reach out to them. And I think what actually might be fun is hosting roundtables on specific texts or ideas or themes, different views or different perspectives on it. Getting different scholars, academics, pastors, theologians sitting around a virtual, this sort of thing here, and talking about, okay, let's talk about conditionalism or conditionalism and eschatology in 1st and 2nd Thessalonians, for example. Instead of making it a verse study, make it a text study. Looking at Romans, looking at the Imago Dei and conditionalism, or the doctrine of hell, branching out into that front, and that leaves room for folks like Chris and me and William and Joey, and James and just Darren and all of us, but also leaves room to maybe grabbing a few different scholars who have published in that field to kind of be helpful. So, I don't know. That'd be something I'd push. I'm trying to do that on my channel, just getting out and just doing stuff like that. So, I mean, a panel. Imagine a panel of, I don't know. It'd be a fun one. Would be, fun meaning spicy. Getting a couple Calvinists, latent flowers, and provisionists, Wesleyan Arminians together, 6 or 7 people around, moderate a discussion, and basically, all right, how does your view of hell and your view of, well, it's hard to say, but your view on that whole thing impact each other, because often we see, a case for conditionalism can often be through the lens of Reformed theology or kind of Arminian or Wesleyan or provisionist theology or or those sorts of things. It actually might be worthwhile to be like, well, okay, we agree on this end point of sin and wickedness, but how do we get there would be a really interesting conversation. So that could be really interesting.
Evan, if you can get Joe Rogan to invite me on his podcast, I will fly out there and sit down for 3 hours. But I guarantee you the chances are zero that Joe Rogan will have me on the show.
You can go on Zoom. I'm sure.
No, he won't. He won't do that. That's allegedly why Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Like, but isn't the Bible like fake, man?
Right.
Do you work out, bro?
Oh, I do actually. Yeah.
I do.
Flip the table.
Yeah.
Power lift the table. That's
exactly right. I'd be interested, actually. You know, I think he'd kick my butt in a fight, but I think I might be able to lift more than him.
You could probably pick him up.
Oh, I'm sure I could do that. Speaking of which, I'm working to try and get back into competing in powerlifting. I'm now 3 or so months into semaglutide treatment, which is a whole other discussion, but I've lost roughly 30 pounds over the past few months and have been building muscle during that time. And my hope is to get down to the weight class under unlimited. So roughly around 270 pounds. I'm around 324 right now. At which point if I get down to under that weight, I'll want to power lift again. We'll see what we can do. Henry says, are there any more debates lined up? We talked a little bit about this early on in the show, but I have one debate lined up with Turret and Fan coming up on January 17th. It's indirectly about hell in that we're going to be arguing whether second death is John's interpretation of the lake of fire or the other way around. But other than that, I don't have any current debates lined up on the topic of hell. I do have a debate lined up on something I care even more about, which is the issue of gender ideology. I'm debating somebody in April on whether the terms man and woman are references to adult human males and females, respectively, which is my view. It's the same view. It's the obvious view. Or whether man and woman are references to some kind of socio-culturally constructed categories of gender, which is the obviously false view. But anyway, but other than that, no, I don't have any debate. What about you guys? Are any of you aware of any hell-related debates lined up for the future? Nobody's aware of any, so there's your answer, Henry.
Yeah. I mean, Chris, I feel like last year you were on a number of like podcast episodes and stuff. Any of those lined up for you?
Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. I was recently invited by somebody named Justin Gravatt or something like that. He has a podcast called The Kingdom Way, and he is inviting me to be on his show to discuss it on February 7th. So there's that. I know that I've gotten tentative confirmation from both, I think, The Unbelievable Show and Sean. What's the guy's name? His father did Evidence That Demands a Verdict.
Sean McDowell.
Sean McDowell. These are both, I think, shows that have said that they'll have me and Paul Copan on once we get our book published, but that's probably a couple of years out, a year or year and a half or so out. But other than that, no, these things, I don't typically have podcast appearances and stuff that are lined up very far in advance. I'll typically get invited, in pretty short term, but.
Okay. Cause I mean, those can be small scale, but you kind of each time chip away a little bit, people listen like, oh, this is interesting. I'm going to look at Rethinking Hell now. This guy made a good point. And then, that's how the grassroots stuff spreads.
That's right.
That's great.
Yeah.
Chris, I don't know if you would know anything about this because I know you've been on his channel a few times, but the Synagogue, CJ Cox, a while back, I saw that there was a debate lined up between him and William Albrecht. I don't know what happened to that. It never happened, and it doesn't seem like it's going to happen anymore. Are you aware of that?
I don't know anything about that, but I will say I would encourage anybody that is considering debating William Albrecht to refuse to do so because he is a terrible human being. and in his debate with me, he was an absolute a-hole. But and for that matter, he's a Roman Catholic, right? So this is one of the problems with debating Roman Catholics, is that you don't have a shared authority, right? I mean, as this happened in my debate with William Albrecht 15 years ago, however long ago that was, 10 years ago. I argued from Scripture, and he basically argued from tradition, and that's what any debate with a Roman Catholic on this topic is going to inevitably turn into. So if it's the case that he had tentatively, he had planned at one point to debate William Albrecht, but that debate fell through, I don't care what the reason is. I think it's good. but that's just me. And look, I know I called him a terrible human being, and that might be uncharitable. But you go back, first of all, go back and watch or listen to the debate that I had with him, number one. And then number two, go watch virtually any appearance that he's had on any show, and you'll see at the very least, you'll see why I said that about him. But I'm pretty terrible myself, so I'm not one to talk. Anyhow.
Hey, Chris, it would be a fun debate? You and me versus anyone, that'd be number one, because that was fun last time we did it. That debate apparently got lots of traction. But two would be, it'd be really fun. A devil's, what are the debates called? The devil's wager debates, where you affirm a proposition you do not hold and try to argue for it as strongly as you can. So it'd be kind of fun. You and I have a conversation where we try to convince each other that you try to convince me that John the Seer is a eternal tormentist, and I try to convince you that Paul the Apostle is an eternal tormentist. Like kind of the devil's wager debates or something like that. Like we don't have to prepare a whole lot, but it'd be kind of fun to just, all right, assuming the best of, obviously this isn't a joke, we're not making fun, but it's like, okay, I'm actually going to try and make a case for this, in favor of a view. Now, I don't think it can be done with Paul very well, personally. I do think John the Seer, at least I'm like, oh yeah, I can totally see where someone's coming from with that. But that might be kind of fun to the devil's wager, debate, where it's actually, all right, okay, a debate. Here you go. Get Manus or someone who's a traditionalist. You defend conditionalism. I will defend eternal torment. And you kind of go back and forth with that. Although you and me, I think it'd actually be fun because we'd be cracking jokes and at least be a little more less crazy. Well,
it's not only that. The other reason why I think you and I would do that better than, say, me and Sean Bawalski, let's say, is that I'm just being honest. Look, I love Sean Bawalski. I count him a friend. I hold him in high esteem. But I wouldn't trust him as far as I can throw him to be to steelman conditionalism. And I don't mean that because he's dishonest. I mean that because he just will not grasp what it is that we're arguing at times. And he cannot seem to wrap his head around what it is that we actually believe and why. And so, and it's not just Sean, like this is true of just about anybody. The problem I would have, the fear I would have with doing that with somebody like a Sean Bawalski or somebody is that you or I, Nick, frankly, anybody in this panel right now could present, I think, a stronger case for eternal torment than any advocate of eternal torment. But I don't think that's in reverse the true of any believers in eternal torment, that they could defend conditionalism anywhere near as good as any of us could. So that's my fear. But, maybe I'm wrong about that.
I think we could present a case for the traditional view quite well. I don't know if we could present a good case for the reconciliationist type of view that Bawalski is famous for. Like it's just
we'll leave that to Nick.
Yeah, there's a reason
I would have to argue for the universalist.
Yeah, but Joey's talking about.
Okay, Chris, what would be fun? 2 debates for you. One, find a good Bartian Calvinist universalist, because you're not a Bartian, you're not a universalist, but you and a Bartian would share at least the Reformed tradition, right? So you wouldn't have, you and me, we wouldn't be arguing about anthropology or doctrine of God. You and I'd have to hash that out in a debate, right? Or at least, if we're going to be, precise with things. Whereas you and a Bartian, like, it might be nice to find like a moderate conservative Bartian, someone who's not wackadoodle, but a Reformed universalist and a Reformed annihilationist and a Reformed traditionalist could be really interesting across the shared perspective of theology. So that'd actually be really interesting. So that'd be fun debate number one.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I've wanted to debate James White for so long, is because he and I agree so much on things that when he debates this topic come up with people that he disagrees with on those other topics. But he and I would agree with them, so it would yeah. Anyway, but go on. You were going to suggest a second one as well.
A second one would be fun, where you argue for. I would the devil's wager debate. I would argue in favor of universalism. But in that, and you would be arguing against it. But if we couldn't find a Bartian, I know enough Bart. I could actually put on, the Bart hat and be all right. Let's do this. And actually, there's probably a dozen people you could find. But I'd be happy to play the Bartian Universalist route. Like,
yeah, maybe we'll do that. And viewers, just so you know, Nick is not talking about Bart Simpson. He's talking about Karl Barth. But anyway.
No.
Well, Chris, you mentioned James White
there. On the world, man.
Sorry. You mentioned James White there. There was a question I saw in the live chat about James White, or James White and people in a similar position as him. I was wanted to. You see one from Henry Morris?
Oh, you mean this one here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we think it's too late for people like James White to change their view because changing would cause too much damage? And I assume, and then he goes on to clarify what he means by damage in the sense of undermining all of his life's work. What do you guys think?
I think there's something to be said about scholarship when you've devoted a doctoral dissertation, which is, as many of you know, that's 3 to 7 on average years of intense research, arguing for a very specific thing, often with an ideological kind of foundation. Not always, but there's you want to research something you believe to be true, and good and holy, and then it is very difficult psychologically to change your mind having done all that work. So it'd be like this. Imagine if, Chris, you mentioned Mike Winger and women in ministry. You are far more in a place where you could change your mind on that, or go fall one way off the fence or another toward a specific view. But if I were to pitch the same argument or have the same debate with like Wayne Grudem, who's devoted his entire life's work on this, and he's published a lot on this, is that is that person more likely to be open or not? I'm not talking open in terms of character or making a moral comment. I'm talking about the amount of burden of proof you have to overcome.
Well, it's sort of like, think about the Dunning-Kruger graph, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah. So for those of you who aren't familiar, the Dunning-Kruger effect, if I'm not mistaken, it's like this graph that shows it starts out really high, and then all of a sudden it plummets, and then it very slowly gets higher and higher and higher. And what this graph is meant to illustrate is that somebody with very little knowledge about a subject is often very, very confident. And then they start to actually do research and study and accumulate knowledge, at which point they realize, I can't have a confident view about this. And so the confidence plummets. But then as they do more and more research, they get more and more confident. Well, so going to what you're saying, somebody who is a scholar and has spent years writing books and journal articles and debating in favor of a particular view, they're probably toward the tail end of that graph. They've already gone through the undeserved confidence stage. They've plummeted, and then they spent a lot of time doing research over which, even though they're mistaken, they've become increasingly confident in their view because of the research they've done. And so what makes them less open to change, less likely to change their mind, less open to changing their mind, isn't necessarily a matter of character. It's just a matter of they've done a lot of research and they've concluded, wrongly in many cases, that research supports their conclusions. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Well, it'd be like, yeah. So let's take we'll make it less controversial. Sean Bulowski versus Robert Peterson. Robert Peterson has, as far as we can tell, dedicated. He's that guy. And so imagine, you have this really good, and you argue with Sean Bulowski, and while he has written his PhD on this, very reputable and all that sort of stuff, you're more likely to convince him because he's less ideologically confined to a specific position, having been there less longer, having been less calcified. And I use that term not in a moral sense. I'm talking mentality, not morals. What happens when you leave wet clay in the sun? Over time, it hardens. That's just, through time and heat. That's just what happens to me, like it happens to all of us. But then you get to Robert Peterson, and let's say you present the same argument to Sean, and Sean's like, wow, that's really good. That that makes my view less like, I still hold my view, but I'm far more open to your view now. But you present the same argument to a Robert Peterson. Is he more likely to, having gone through all that, be more likely to be as open or at least moved as, say, Sean Bawalski? And it can happen to me. You know, Nick, I have people write to me all the time trying to change my mind about stuff. And some things I'm like, no, I'm sorry, that argument's not going to work because of this, this, and this. But other times, you know, oh, I'm not, you know, so I wonder at the end of the day if it's just the burden of proof is massive for a lot of people. And a lot of times it's unstated or unknown how much they believe the burden of proof is. And so trying to convince someone is often far more just about trying to be a good friend, try to be a good person and be loving and kind and just be that guy who or gal who is a certain way that at least is respected, you know, and then build off that. But I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's kind of, it's hard. Scholarship is not known for changing its mind on things. If they do, they do so at the pace of iced molasses. And perhaps that's good and perhaps sometimes that's not.
Who was the philosopher of science? Popper. He wrote that, you know, you convince the scientific community of a new idea by having the old defenders die off. That's pretty much it.
That's depressing, but that applies to theology and scholarship quite substantially.
Yeah.
Well, in the case of people are asking about James White, he's an elder at a church where he's been for a long time. I don't know how long, but if he
Apologia?
He's only been
I don't
Apologia for
know.
like a few years.
Yeah, he was at a church before that for much longer. But anyway, go
Okay,
ahead. Sorry,
I'm thinking of the one before. I actually didn't know he'd switched, but he would certainly lose his elder position if he converted, if he switched.
Perhaps,
that
although,
actually
I mean,
is a common thing in the
I
Reformed
don't know.
community. They have huge confessions that go into detail at the very last chapter about what happens. One of them even is the Helvetic Confession or Belgic Confession, one or the other, that actually says their bodies will be made immortal, but only to endure eternal torment. You know, so every little detail is there.
Yeah, I think with stuff like this, the longer you hold a position, the more emphatic you've been. There's multiple things that make it more difficult to change. Not that it's impossible; it does sometimes happen. It's just it gets harder, right? You know, Nick talks about the increased burden of proof. I feel like there's probably at least 3 independent factors to that, maybe more. So I'm just originally was 2, and I'm thinking 3. One is kind of the self-serving fear that you'll damage your reputation, right? That's always going to be a possibility, and the more well-known you are for it, and the longer, yeah, that's always going to be a thing. Oh, yeah. All right.
I'm waving bye to Nick. He's got to go.
All right. Thanks, Fred. Okay. Number 2 is like you talked about, Chris, the confidence. Like, especially you've been at it for a while, you're naturally gonna be more confident. And that's not even like self-serving or anything. That's just naturally, you know, how people are, right? And so, you know, that's gonna happen. I mean, that's happened with us too. I mean, I think we're actually right, but you know, I know for me, it's like you kind of get to that point. It's like, could there be someone who could, you know, convince me of eternal torment? No, it's possible, but what are they going to present to me that I haven't already been exposed to? Like, what argument are they going to make I haven't heard? What passage, especially with this doctrine, because there's like 10 passages and 5 off passages, basically. What are they going to present that we haven't already heard, right? So I know I feel like I'm at that point on that scale, and as the rest of you. Doesn't mean I'm right, but I do think I'm right. And so you already got that. You got the natural confidence. You got that self-serving, not wanting to, and it's not like it's intentional. It's more just kind of like, it's often just like a subconscious, like you kind of stop yourself from digging too deep, even if you're not thinking in those terms, right? Because most people don't think in those terms. Some do. I do know of people, especially because with my church, we're connected to a university that requires eternal torment. There are people who they will just outright be like, I don't look into this that much because my job requires me to hold this view. And it's like, hey, at least they're honest, you know. But the third one is kind of a mix of the two. It's kind of like, it's not wanting to protect your reputation. It's the difficulty in admitting that you could be wrong so late in life after, you know, having been so committed. Because if you're wrong about that, what else are you wrong about? You know, it can be jarring. So you have those 3 factors. It makes it much more difficult. Now, some people will still change. You know, like there are It happens, but it's more of an uphill climb for those three reasons.
Yeah. For what it's worth, there are one or two views I hold that I think are the ones more likely than any other to have that I would change my mind on them. One of them is a little less likely than the other. I could see myself changing my mind on Calvinism one day, more specifically determinism. But currently, I still maintain determinism pretty strongly, and Calvinism as an outworking of that. But the one that I actually think, and our friend Skylar in the chat will probably enjoy hearing this. I think the one I'm most likely to change my mind on, if in fact I do, will be the age of the Earth, the age of the universe. I still am a young Earth creationist, but I think my grip on that view is slowly loosening. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I still believe in it, and I'll still defend it. But yeah.
Well, I will say about James White, to his credit, at least in terms of what I think about him, I think he's, of the three, the kind of worst one about not wanting to damage your reputation. I think he's the kind of person who would be who could easily put that aside, more so compared to the other two. Like, I don't think he'd latch onto that part really hard. I think it's more the other two that are why he's, still a traditionalist despite seeming to understand things pretty well.
Well, all I was going to say really quickly, Darren, and then I'll turn to you, is that the thing about James White that I think will work against him the most, in terms of prevent him from being objective when he looks at the topic, I think is the people with whom he surrounds himself. Many of the people that are fans of his ministry that he engages with, they are so hostile to us, so head in their sand about this topic, that you can't help when you're surrounded by sycophants. They're going to sometimes influence your thinking, and without even consciously being aware of it, I think he could very well just to succumb to that kind of influence.
Oh, that's true. That's the fourth one I hadn't really thought of. You're right. That's obviously key. Two influences.
Sorry, Darren. What were you going to say?
There's such a thing as a worldview. I believe Braxton Hunter has a video out discussing it. From a long time ago. Anyway, back in the day when I was at college, we did some cultural anthropology and to do with missions, and I learned about worldview, which is really a rubbery term because most people don't define it, but it's essentially the notion that we have a web, let's say, of beliefs, affections, assumptions, and so forth about the world, and we weave that together. And the more central a belief is, or an affection about something, a value, a moray is at the center of the web, the more likely it is, the less likely it is we'll just change our view on that thing, because you have to change the center to change the whole. If it's more peripheral, it's just the thread out here, it's easy to change it. Philosophers talk about a noetic structure. So what's more foundational is harder to change than the top tier, the top of the building. And I think that's one reason that a lot of people struggle with a new view, like they haven't heard of conditionalism, and then we come out and we go, oh, here's all the exegesis. They can't hear it, because whatever they change, if it's at the center or close to the center, they have to change a lot in order to adopt that view, whatever it is actually. And we think it's just because they're stubborn or whatever, or we're bad communicators, so let's communicate better or argue or get angry or whatever. But it's really the dynamic of what's going inside your perception of things. That can change when you get a regime change in, say, a university, where for years you might have had a principal of a college, which we call the leader of the college a principal. It happened in a Baptist college I went to, where a different leader comes in, a different principal comes in, and you have a different ethos, and then they admit different students. And if something like conditionalism and hell was previously very important and a line you can't cross. You have to hold to traditionalism in order to be part of this college. Now, just say that a previous principal of the Baptist college I went to said that, that's a line. We can't have people coming and studying here unless they hold the ECT. And then the next principle is like, oh, look, we can admit students with a different view of hell. And then the next one was a little bit more lenient on that again. And it became a situation where the students coming through question the principal, and he says, oh, I don't find that really a position that we need to fight over. And so what that might tend to do is shunt out the issue of that doctrine of eternal torment out to the peripheral of the worldview, or up to the top of the noetic structure. Then you might find more people actually, okay, I'm willing to think about it. The extent to which that happens more broadly, I think, will be contingent on how many leaders start adopting the openness to something like conditionalism. I kind of think that's happening in churches in America, which I think is more the problem area. I don't think it's a big problem in Australia or a big problem in the UK and that. But yeah, I do see here and there people saying, I'm a pastor or my church is CI, and you go, okay, all right. So that's what I hope would happen. And I think that's where change might happen. So it might not just be a matter of going back to previous question of the future, like might just not be just a matter of continuing with theology and exegesis, although that's what I'm going to do because that's what I'm good at. But I think being able to recognize culturally what's going on and engage with people at that level within their groups. I don't know if Rethinking Hell can do that. We should probably try to think about how to do that, how to engage socially, how to engage at a level where people ask us questions about life and what am I saying, Darren? And we're part of that change that will be happening anyway, I think, broadly in the culture there.
Yeah. No, good thoughts. I hear what you're saying. I do think we should wrap things up, though. We are now 4 minutes past the time that we had planned to go. And
everyone hates us for it. No, I'm kidding.
That's right. I've been here we've been here for 5 hours plus. So I just want to say to all of you guys, thank you so much for your friendship. Thank you so much for your involvement in this ministry. I am incredibly honored and blessed to be a part of a team with you guys. And I'm very much looking forward to what the next year and beyond holds for our ministry. Do you want to, any of you want to say any sort of parting goodbye or parting message to close out the year?
Well, Merry Christmas, Ben and Jamie, and anyone else who chimes in with that. So glad you could join us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben and Jamie Russell both said Merry Christmas. Skylar says Happy Advent
Merry
and a blessed
Christmas.
Epiphany.
And to you as well.
So, all right, well, it's been great.
Merry Christmas.
We'll end the stream here, and then those of us that are on the screen will say our adieu. So for all of you who've been watching live, thank you so very much. Oh, now, right as we're wrapping up, we get this comment about hell being eternal conscious torment. Oh, man.
Billy Goose.
All right, let's stay here for another 5 hours and pick this apart. Viewers that have been tuning in live, thank you so much. If you're watching now after the fact, thank you for watching. Please do like this video if you enjoyed it, and subscribe to the channel and click that notifications bell. And do consider being a one-time or recurring financial supporter of the ministry by going to rethinkinghell.com and finding the donate button, or going to patreon.com/rethinkinghell. But otherwise, thank you everybody for tuning in, and we'll look forward to seeing you. If we do any more videos in 2024, we'll see you then. Otherwise, we'll see you in the new year. God bless, and take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you very much.
Oh.